Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. John, look, they came back.
Yeah, they did.
They came back. Nice to see everybody here today. I'd like to welcome you to our Topstep TV for an opening call. Congratulations, you are at the right place at the right time. Yes, you are. We have an exciting, informative, and educational programming for you today. And today, throughout the week, we got some good stuff coming up. We're going to be your trading buddy, your mentor, your newscaster, your fellow trader, and even sometimes that neighbor that reminds you early to move your car because there is street cleaning. Yes. So get yourself ready for a top-notch, up-to-date market and trading knowledge with our good friend John, a.k.a. The Hoag.
Eddie, you have the robot voice going, so you're going to have to shut out and then come back in.
My goodness. Oh, man.
You can ramp for a few moments.
Yeah, I will go over the economic numbers due out today and, of course, this week. 9 o'clock Central today. Housing market index due out. That's pretty much it for today as far as possibly impactful numbers. But as we all know, the FOMC meeting begins tomorrow. We also have housing starts and permits at 7:30 a.m. Central Time tomorrow. That might be something impactful. Lots of housing numbers due out this week, under, of course, the FOMC announcement that comes out on Wednesday at 1 p.m. Central. We also, of course, have the EIA petroleum status report at 9:30 on Wednesday. That's, of course, Central Time. The FOMC meeting at 1 o'clock, and then the Fed chair presser where Chairman Powell will discuss what they talked about at the FOMC meeting, and that is, of course, at 1:30 on Wednesday afternoon Central Time. Thursday, as always on Thursdays, we've got jobless claims. We also have the Philly Fed Manufacturing Index. We have existing home sales. These are all on Thursday. The leading indicators, which we used to call the misleading indicators, and natural gas all on Thursday. And then we close the week up relatively quietly with the PMI composite flash. Will it be quiet, or will that bring some motion for us? So all of those happening this week, and we'll see how the markets play out for us. Eddie, you're back. How do you sound?
Yes, today was my turn to have robot voice.
Well, that happens.
All the Pabst Blue Ribbon I drank this weekend. Don't drink that cheap beer.
That might do it. It might do it.
But hey, sorry about that. But I am back. Hopefully, I don't have that robot voice. But today, I mean, we got a lot going on this week. We got some special guests here today. We're going to mention that. But stock futures higher, fresh week on a very cautious note. Like John mentioned, good old friends in the Fed, and we'll be watching that. But the Dow managed to eke out a small increase last week. S&P and our NASDAQ composite slipped for the second consecutive week, just like our Chicago Bears.
Ouch.
Yes. Oh, ouch. Yes, the central bank also. Hopefully they're going to keep it at 5 1/4 to 5.50. We'll see that. But hey, another big thing too, auto workers, that strike that we talked about last week. Still, they're going to be going into some talks here today. My word, from what I heard, not going to expect too much. So if you are looking to buy a Ford Bronco, a Jeep Wrangler, or a Chevrolet Colorado, you're going to have to wait because those have been put on pause. And of course, we're watching crude today, heading higher today. It's a continuation with the rally ahead of the central bank policy meeting. And crude has risen over 30% in the past 3 months following those supply cuts, Saudi Arabia, Russia. And hopefully we don't see this pushing a substantial deficit in the fourth quarter. So that's what we've got today. And John, I'd like to just really quick say a happy heavenly birthday to my father. And about 6:24 this morning, I'm a new papa. I'm a new grandfather. Gemma Jarris Was born here today, so I've got another beautiful granddaughter to spoil.
Congratulations. That's great news, Eddie. Everybody's doing well, happy, healthy, eating, crying, and pooping.
Oh, we'll see. We'll see. You know what? I tell you, Papa sort of lets Grandma do all that stuff.
Yeah. Well,
I buy
right.
all the toys and the goodies, and she does all the messy work.
Good grandpa, and of course, a happy Heavenly Father to your birthday as well.
Thank you very much.
Your father, yeah.
All right, boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen. I think it's time to let John work his magic.
Well,
let's flip over to the ES, huh?
We'll see what kind of magic we can come up with. As always, I do like to start with like the biggest picture on Mondays. We start with the monthly. So let's get started here. Here's the monthly in the S&Ps. This is just the December contract. Last January, we put in highs here. As far as the monthly is concerned, we actually ended up putting an outside month last month. We're an inside month so far this month. So really the market kind of showing us a degree of balance, I think, in this monthly chart. We move on to the weekly chart. There we go. And again, a little bit more balance, right? We've got the high here. We've got the low here. The market really kind of exhibiting the range bound activity that we've largely kind of been in. We've been watching the market that has been closing in on itself. We've got kind of a triangle pattern started here. We've got already kind of a breakout below last week, weekly kickoff low 44.80. I think that pretty much remains from last week. It's actually a little bit higher than last week. It was 44.40. Now it's 44.80, and the weekly kickoff high remains 45.60, as we did not accept above that last week. Pretty much capped off the activity from last week. Check out the daily. Daily, we can see I've got trend lines on the NASDAQ here, but we can see higher lows, lower highs, the market closing in on itself, largely still somewhat range bound. We're taking a look at last week's low, which is going to be somewhat pivotal for us this morning. Moving on to the 30-minute. Overnight inventory, maybe a little bit to the short side. I mean, here's where we kind of started the night. Here's where we are now, possibly opening with a gap that gives us a little bit of reference, and we've got 44.80. That weekly kickoff low, which, it isn't too far away. It's in play today. We've got last week's low, which was the low on Friday, also in play, opening with a gap. Opens us up with gap rules. Those rules basically are, if we open with a gap and can't close the gap relatively early, we look for opportunities in the direction of the gap. Here's that test last week of weekly kickoff high, which tested, and could not find a comfort level above that. Friday, we basically just took out the entire weekly range in one day when we took that dive off of that weekly kickoff high.
Oh, yeah.
The rotation would be to the last week's low, perhaps this week's weekly kickoff low. So my thought this morning is, if we can't close the gap relatively early, we'll probably take a test of weekly kickoff low that could provide some decent opportunities in risk limitation. Also, if we can't close that gap, this might be actually an accelerant to the downside. The good news is rollover is over. We lost 7,500 in the December contract on Friday. We're going to lose a lot more than that. There's a whole bunch of contracts that are going to expire, and they're going to settle in cash, about 431,000. Kind of on the low side as far as the number of contracts that are going to expire and settle in cash, but that's okay. And we don't have to worry about rollover starting tomorrow. we'll get a lot cleaner look at the open interest and the volume. So looking at Friday, losing 7,500 in open interest, it doesn't indicate that there is a whole bunch of new selling coming in, just that we got too long at the highs and a lot of folks liquidated those longs. Now, there was some scary information perhaps that came out on Friday, but did it change much? Not really. I'm looking for for any major changes to occur at weekly kickoff low. All right.
So, John, when we have such a drastic drop like we did,
I've fallen and I can't get up.
it almost looks like that's what the market's telling us right now. It looks like you mentioned, we might be seeing some new direction to that downside.
Well, yeah, I mean, just the fact that we lost open interest in the December contract takes a little bit of the sting out of that downside move on Friday. Where I think the real change might be coming is if we can show some real acceptance below our current weekly kickoff high, which is 44.80.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
All right. NQ
daily.
Yeah, we're going to start again with the monthly on Mondays.
We'll do that. Google Earth.
Yes. Yeah, so, we're giving an inside month again here in the NASDAQ. No major change so far in direction or activity. Going to the weekly, and there it is. So, again, kind of an inside week last week. Maybe going to look to the downside here, a breakout of last week's range. But overall, I think the NASDAQ is really showing us more balance than the S&Ps is. We're a little further away from that market state breakdown here on that weekly kickoff low, 15,200. Take a look at the daily. We've got our trend lines on this one. So higher lows, lower highs. Are we really going to start breaking out the downside of this technical pattern? It's going to take some new business. We're going to have to bring in new business, new sellers in order to continue this move to the downside towards weekly kickoff low. Here, hang on a second here. We lost about 3,400 in open interest. So again, Eddie, it's not like there's a whole bunch of new business on the sell side here. We just took off some business. Maybe we were a little bit too long on the high here. And, our weekly kickoff high here remains the same in the NASDAQ as well. It's 15,720, which was pretty much our high within a tick of it on Friday. So we failed here. We have a full rotation to the low end of the week. What are we doing this week? Well, we're probably going to be doing a lot of waiting around. Everybody knows that the FOMC meeting is on Wednesday, so yes, there will be a lot of hedging and positioning between now and then. So am I looking for big moves? Not in particular. I'm looking at these markets more of a get yourself set and protected kind of mode, if you will. Take a look at the 30. So again, here's our move. We tested the overnight high here, right to weekly kickoff high on Friday morning. Thursday night, we broke. We got a little bit too long up here, perhaps. The profiles indicate long liquidation because they're kind of lowercase B-shaped profiles. And that is supported by the loss in open interest in both of the S&P and the NASDAQ. So again, it's not like we brought in new sellers. We got out of old longs on Friday. Now look at where we are. We tested right to that trend line. Last week's low was right on it. We're right at it now. Overnight inventory, perhaps a little bit short, but not terribly. Are we going to open with a gap or aren't we? If we do open with a gap, gap rules. If we don't, try and stay patient because the market is still kind of holding value from Friday here, at least in the NASDAQ. The S&P looking like it's not holding up as well.
John, when you mentioned gap rules, break that down in detail. What do you mean gap rules?
Yes. So when the market opens in regular trading hours outside of the previous day's range, it creates a regular trading hour session gap. So there's no real like good participation that occurs in the overnight session. You can see how much volume is down here.
Right.
There's very little volume. It's shorter time frame, weaker hands traders. So when we open with a gap and we can't close it, let's say we were to open the NASDAQ down here and we can't close that gap to the low of Friday's range, it's an indication of acceptance of lower pricing. We should be looking for opportunities to sell or to look for opportunities to limit risk on shorts to see the market continue a push to the downside, because when it opens with a gap below, it is potentially showing acceptance of lower pricing. Nothing absolutely has to happen.
Right.
Everything we look at and everything we do is based on probabilities. It's always about the probabilities. So, in the E-mini S&P, we've got a gap, at least for now. Well, maybe not. We've basically closed the gap here prior to the open. So we'll have to see what happens. Now, it's either going to reject lower pricing and come back into the range from yesterday, or come back into the range and reject range from yesterday and look to the downside. I'm not really thinking that there's going to be any big moves today. It may just set up a range and range in that range all day long, again, because of the FOMC meeting.
Right. Okay. All right. Thank you, John.
All right.
Let's hit crude, man.
And here it is. We should,
Slippery
as we
slope.
know, be trading the November contract.
Yeah, X is November. Remember.
So look at this monthly chart. There is approximately an 80-cent discount in the November contract to the September contract. So look at this monthly. 1, 2, 3, 4 straight months straight up.
Saudi Arabia, Russia, man.
Yep, and potential Chinese demand,
right?
Kind of a part in that. So, this 9,400 weekly kickoff high isn't necessarily based on this recent high. It's more of a measured move, but I love it because it's kind of not. It's different studies coming up with the same thing. So we'll look for the market to possibly have a decent move up to that 94 level, maybe this week, maybe this month. I hope not. I don't want expensive gold, or crude.
Yeah.
But it might offer some opportunity for us. Take a look at the weekly now. The weekly chart is really no better. I mean, we've got one time framing, a brief pullback in the form of a bull flag on the weekly chart, and continuation. There's the measured move from here to here, and then from here to about $94. And, I don't see anything that's going to change that. Of course, anything can happen, ACH, and pretty much everything usually will happen, right? So here's the daily chart. Again, with just basically one time framing activity, a little bit of a rest here. That was that $88 move, 88 spot in the October contract. Now we're continuing to move. We're already breaking out of last week's high. Volume, of course, has been increasing in the November month because of rollover. We're not quite through with rollover, but we lost 31,000 in open interest, and that includes the first couple of months. So the move on Friday was probably largely a little bit of liquidation, a little bit of profit taking. Here we go. So we had that profit taking early in the session. Basically, the market just kind of recovered, and look what we've done, Eddie. We've opened with a gap. If we can't close the gap relatively early, we're looking for opportunities to see this market continue to accept higher and higher pricing. I'm sure that doesn't surprise anybody, but the hard part is getting in. So we've opened with a gap. We're unable to close the gap early in the session. I know that's a subjective term. We have to be looking for opportunities to continue in the upward movement area, right? How does that change? Well, we got last week's high. That's a kind of an important number. But if we show acceptance inside the range from Friday, that can be a game changer and possibly bring us to lower pricing. We're looking for the market to reject value from Friday to the upside for that continuation to the upside. And we'll check out gold real quick here, and then we will.
We got about 4 minutes here.
Okay. All right. Then we'll be ready to kind of move along. So here's the monthly. 3 years. 3 years of, in essence, balance. High, low, high, low, high. Any major changes here? I mean, there's been some big days, some big moves, but overall, and especially now, we are largely in balance in the longer time frame. Take a look at the weekly. Balance in the medium time frame. What about the daily? We have been watching this area of balance, and again, looking for some sort of opportunity to bring us to something bigger outside of this pennant formation, as I like to call it. Well, we failed to do that on Thursday of last week. We had a good look down below it, and there is rejection. When the balance extreme is rejected, the target is to the other extreme. That could put us up to weekly kickoff high here. That weekly kickoff high, 1965. Don't see any reason why it can't happen. We've been in this area for 3 years. What about the 30-minute chart? Here we go. So we did have a gap. We have an island low here. Thursday, we closed the gap to here, but we didn't to here. So this creates an island. Price jumped lower and then jumped higher. So there's an island low here, which can be a pretty powerful reversal signal. Now, price did move down to it. We've got an island low. We've got price moving away from it. Everything seems to be lined up for a continuation or a check of weekly kickoff high / this trend line. I don't know exactly what's going to happen if we do actually end up come down here and close this gap. That's going to take away the power of the island bottom. Now, this is a 3-day island bottom. Gap to it, gap away can be a pretty powerful opportunity. Look what happened on Friday. We opened with the gap and we just rallied pretty much the entire day. But that's what gold does. It does one big move and then sits. What's the big move going to be today? Obviously, the 730 bar was to the downside. Basically, we're in range. We're in value from Friday, which kind of tells us maybe look for better trade location as the day goes on. But as long as we maintain this gap, to me, this market is looking to rotate to the high of balance, which is weekly kickoff high / this line. So we'll look for opportunities. Perhaps if we find them, if we're able to limit risk, we'll look for opportunities to see the market possibly continue that move to the upside. And again, everything we talk about here is about probability. It's, is it possible? These are hypotheses. Nobody knows for sure what's going to happen. And as we do say, maybe too much here on the opening call, ACH, baby, anything can happen.
anything can happen. All right, Johnny, appreciate that. Coming up next, we've got Fast Market with Mike Patak and, of course, John Hoagland. And we'll take a time out here and get yourself a new coffee. Get yourself a new tea. Put some more rocks in that bourbon.
Take your deep.
And we're back. And welcome back for Fast Market. We've got our good friends, Michael Patak and John Hoagland, a.k.a. The Hoag. I was going to go Michael Patak, a.k.a. Pro Ball. That's what I call you.
Well,
Pro Ball.
Eddie, you started the Pro Ball line. We got 1 minute. We started the Pro Ball line long time ago. Pretty much anybody doing awesome stuff in the trading world. So I think we're gonna have a lot of pro ballers this week. There was a lot last week that got funded and whatnot. So we're excited. We're excited. Fast Markets,
Nice.
Welcome.
All right, let's get our horses in line. Inside a minute here. Line them up, boys and girls.
All right.
We have a great.
Well,
Go ahead, Johnny.
we're opening right at the low of last week and last Friday. Looks like we are not going to open with a gap. Are we going to open with a gap, at least in the S&Ps? No gap.
And they're off.
No gap in the S&Ps. Nasdaq's chart looking the same as your chart.
Mm-hmm.
30-30. Guys, we always like to go top down. So however you like to do your charts, we always kind of like to go from weekly to daily to 30-minute, and then sit in the 30-minute, and we talk around the 30-minute. Computer.
Once in a great while, we'll actually take a brief look at the 5-minute when we're looking for a fine entry, right?
We were looking for fine entries.
Well, Dante's in already. One short at ES 44.96 half. So Dante took a swing.
Yeah, I got my.
Right.
You know it's great when you're right when things start. Your laptop over here shuts down and does a restart, hard restart.
Oh no!
Well, I mean, it's only where I have it's not where I trade, but
Got it.
still, it's a part of the daily routine, John.
Yes, and things that knock you out of your routine. It's upsetting sometimes, isn't it?
We'll maybe talk about that one later. It's still knocking me out of my routine. It's frozen here. But as I do that, and as the markets kind of don't go anywhere yet, 70% of folks are long right now in the NASDAQ. 54% are long in the S&P. 56% are long in the crude oil. So a little bit of NASDAQ heavy.
NASDAQ just took out the high of the opening range. It's about a 30-point opening range, rather large. S&P is a 5-point opening range, and it has not taken out either side of it here just yet.
I got short 79s right there, 379 halves, just because it was a very, very short-lived trade. I'm either going to hit it or not. I'm in the money on it, 3.7, just a one lot right out of the gate, 379 half. Folks are still 70% long, 46% long on the ES. If this comes back up to my entry, actually, I'm going to take it off right now. All right, I just made.
So,
what's the tilt on the crude, if you don't mind me asking?
53, 5
Okay.
doubles, 55s. Covered 67. That was a quick one, guys. So sorry, in the production team, that was in and out really quick. I just wanted to be in and out really quick.
you're right at that trend line. That was support Friday, resistance today.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
And look at us rallying back. That's why I don't get married to this. But be careful. It's stuff. It feels like it wants legs out of the door, or it has legs out of the door. I do like the movement though a little bit. This is nice. Rolls over, right, John?
Yeah, it's all over except the settlement of probably about 400,000 contracts are going to settle in cash.
All right, these longs are getting paid. Those are long in NASDAQ. 76% of folks are long. 73% it was. 70% it was. They're getting long. They're getting paid. If they're getting paid, they could still be sitting in the positions, which we always like to tell folks, put that money in your pocket.
Right. Showing NASDAQ, our leader here today, S&P, the lagger.
Yeah, S&P still haven't even left the opening range here yet. It's a $5 range so far.
Yeah. So I'm John. I like a short up here somewhere. The sisters are 60% long. So those longs that were getting paid on the upside, the tilt folks that were long traders that would open positions, peeling them off. Some folks are taking that early money. I'm glad I did.
Well, we're long now. I'm long the S&Ps here at
Inspire me.
Quarter, 44.97 quarter. Because the opening range is currently the low of the session, my risk is about 6 points. So my stop is going to go down at 90.50.
6 points, 90.50. Okay.
All right, Dante closed out at 44.94. Okay. There you go.
44
Short at 96 half, closing out at 94 even.
That's a quick in and outer, kind of like what I did. 96 to 94, 96 to 94. That's two handles in the NASDAQ. Two handle move, pull back in the NASDAQ is usually like a 20 handle move.
Dante's trading 100 lots.
I can see him going into the market right now.
Good morning.
Yeah.
Welcome to Monday morning.
Yeah,
What's
we're starting
there?
slow here. We're just doing one lots for now.
There you go.
Uh,
Test the water, folks. Check to see how deep it is and how cold it is.
yeah, always before you jump in. Man, I'm doing a hard reset.
Oh, hoops
On your
yes.
laptop?
I don't even know why I want the laptop open. It just has RAM stuff that pops up, notifies me, plus CNBC.
Yeah, it looks just looking like there's a little bit more liquidity above this market than below this market. I kind of like this opportunity.
Mm-hmm. Okay. John's long. Nice.
Yeah. Yeah, I did a little soul searching over the weekend, and I've been really kind of hesitant to trade in front of God and everybody, and I should have really been able to sink my teeth into that move that we had to the downside on Friday, and it really upset me that I didn't, and I was thinking about it and I didn't take it. Andre even said, "You're thinking about a short here, aren't you?" And I said, "Yes, I am." And I took my hand off the mouse, and it would have been just a fantastic trade. So I'm not going to worry about it anymore. I'm going to have winners. I'm going to have losses. It's just going to be what it is. Right now, we're starting off the week looking like we're in pretty good shape here.
Yeah, John. The goal here is, TopstepTV. We wanted to produce a tradertainment type experience. Also, learn as you go experience. Whether we're going to have partners on, it's going to show you how they're trading and whatnot. John's been a performance coach for 13 years. Been a trader his entire life. I've been building Topstep since 2010 with John and Hoag and Eddie and many others. So we're on here, not to be your hand a man a fish type folks, but to share what we're seeing, but also really bring in other all those the YouTubers that we partner up with and everything. These are the real show ponies, so to speak, of the trading world. We're here to kind of talk you guys through the trades as we would see them. But the minute John gets done with this and I get done with this, we go back to Topstep stuff. So when it says full-time trading, that was the olden days for Michael Patak and John Hoagland. We're leaving the third persons. Remember that last week, John?
What's that?
The third person?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, I know.
Yes. Yeah.
That was last week.
Hoag is going to be taking trades.
Yeah. Okay, what's news? What's new? What's the news on Tradeovate? Tradeovate should be getting launched here today. I think we had some technical issues out of the gate this morning. So if anybody had any technical issues on our website, Tradeovate's getting added back into the purchase journey, so to speak. Add platform added.
Really? Good.
Yeah.
Say that
And then
again.
Yeah, right. And then on the payout side of stuff, we had a question about with a lot of the prop firms getting shut off of Deal. Deal's talking to us. We're talking to Deal now. So there is Friday folks have been on pause. That's mainly because I'm kind of giving you guys a Deal update. Prop traders. I think there's a part of the business that their prop traders aren't wanting to go through them or something like that. They are not wanting to do that. So we're talking to them about that. But we've only had Deal for 7 months. For 13 years, we've been paying out the same standard way. Never had any issues. And I think Deal just has their issues they're going with. So those will all be solved. Don't worry about that. So anybody who did a Thursday night and a Friday payout request, we'll get those processed probably the old school way. So you'll be getting a reach out.
Okay. There you go.
We gotta make sure
Go ahead, John.
We just want to make sure our traders are getting paid.
Yeah. They've always gotten paid.
Hey, John, Taurus trader says, Hoag, that's the best lesson that trading comes with wins and losses and not to have unreal expectations. Just wanted to add that there.
Yeah, thank you, Eddie. And Taurus trader, you're absolutely right. I mean, I've got best loser wins on Audible. So was just doing stuff around the yard and just was listening to it. And it just makes sense. You if you're unwilling to take the risk, you're going to create risk. If you're unwilling to take losses, you're going to create losses.
Cool. Hey, congratulations to Gain Some. Passed the combine last week. Super excited to start making money with Topstep. Well, we're excited for you. Good job.
Yeah, Tom, NASDAQ is not 80%. It is 50-50. Hey, why don't we put a poll
In what
here?
market? What? Oh, NASDAQ. Okay.
NASDAQ, yes, sir. 51%, 50%, 50%, 49%. In the NASDAQ long, so whatever, long, short, 50-50. And S&P is 60% long. Crude oil, 60% long. These are nothings. These are not tilting a certain way if you get the drift on the tilt name. It did on that rally up. The longs got paid if they got out. But as you know, there's 50-50 right now, so 50% of folks are still long. So maybe there's some longs that are really in the money that are looking for a really big move here.
There you go. Real quick here, if you want to switch platforms, what you need to do is you need to close out the one you got and sign up for a new trading combine.
Yeah, no refunds, no switches made. You got to just, if you're done with your trading combine, and you want to start a new platform, you can do that. Tradeovate is on there. Sorry for cutting you off, Eddie. I'm sure you were going to say that.
That's fine. It's a team here, baby.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of baby, I'd like to thank everybody that gave me the props. Mike, I don't know if you heard. I'm a new grandpa this morning.
Hell yeah, Eddie.
27.
First time grandpa, right?
Third time grandpa.
Oh, third time. Now, okay, now you're Gramps.
Now I'm grandpa.
I like this from the long side right here on this little pullback. I'm watching. Hoag, you're entering. You're 44.97, are you? 44.97,
yeah, 97 quarter. Getting a pullback here.
Yeah, crude pulling back too.
You got a pull going. Got a pull jumping into the. Got a pull jumping into the YouTube chat.
There it is. What is your early bias for equity futures? There you go. Hey, if you like babies, hit that like button.
There you go. If you like it, yeah. If you want to say congratulations to Eddie, hit
You
that
like
like
babies? Hit that like. I love babies. Babies. All right.
So this is a quick slip back, and it had showed a lot of strength out of the gate.
We just took out the shorts below the stops just below the opening range. That doesn't have a tendency to happen. We'll see if it hits us.
Shorts below the opening range.
Yeah. A lot of folks are going to take that opening range. They're going to put their stop one tick below the opening range, and it has a tendency to go down and take it. So we just got stopped out. We're one of those traders that put their stop below the opening range that just got stopped out.
So you just got stopped. You got stopped.
It's still the opening range is the low.
Opening range is the low. Okay, cool.
Mm-hmm.
Crude, bird on the wire. We're just sitting right on settlement right now, 90.77. So we've made a morning high and pulled back a little bit.
Yep, just hanging out. No real overnight inventory now. We're back in the range from yesterday. Stay patient in crude today, for sure.
Yeah, I stayed out of the getting long there. I said I wanted to get long. I was looking for a long. By the time that happened, it got pretty slippery. That's a pretty vicious pullback, guys. Anybody could have got caught in this one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, look at that wick. My goodness.
Yeah, the wick, exactly. Was this trading what, the 36s and the Nazi? 35s. And now we're down. Well, 35 would have been 35 handles down to the evens down there, the 4 evens. So 50, 45.
Yeah, NASDAQ is certainly holding up better than the E-mini S&Ps.
What's in the shadows?
Right now, bearish. We've got 55% of folks saying bearish on our poll, not on our live. You know what we have on our on the live tilt, Eddie?
Tell me, please.
52% say bullish. So 56%, 57% now are saying bearish in YouTube TV. Sorry, YouTube chat. And now it's just flipped. So exact same.
Votes are coming in, though. Votes are coming in.
Votes are coming in. It says 55 and 55 now. Short on the YouTube chat and on Tilt.
Same thing.
Told
Just
you guys. It's
even.
I told you if it's like you're doing a poll all day long, that's
right.
what I'm fair on Tilt.
Right.
You got it.
Yes, sir.
Nobody's going to want to do a poll every time they get in a trade. So that's why we're providing the Tilt info here, which we'll be looking to bring it into you guys, Topstep folks only. So it won't be here on YouTube for all the world to see. Got to be trading with Topstep, man.
All right. I had another thought here. And I'm kind of wishing that I would have held off and see if we test the overnight low.
Yeah.
Long right now, 94.
Okay.
No, 93.75. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Because the NASDAQ is really holding up, but I should be focusing on the S&P, shouldn't I?
Well, that's your girlfriend or your wife, I should say, because you stick with it all the time. I stick with my wife, NASDAQ, significant other, or whatever you want to call it.
This is my stop area here, but I really wish I would have tested to see if we took out the overnight low and then came back inside of it.
I'm 74s. Just came down to 74s. What do you guys like? And anybody in Topstep TV channel on Discord or YouTube chat? I'm looking to get put a long on light long around the 70s right here right now. Just do it. Ooh.
Yeah, it's the high of the open. That's the high of the opening range, which is in the NASDAQ is still the low of the range for today. The opening range is the low of the day.
Did you get that one in there, Mike?
Yeah, I got a 6 lot at 72 even.
Okay.
I'm up like 1,000 right now, so I am sort of liking this right now. You can switch over to my screen too, Jack, if you'd like. That was a little pullback. I like the little pullback because I was looking at the 60s, the 68s, or sorry, 64s, the 68s. If I get a little pop off this, great. But if it comes down to retest this, I'm not liking that out of the gate. So then,
all right, with 192 votes, bearish 57%, bullish 43. Pretty close here.
I'm actually long.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I'm still long.
Where are you long from, John?
93.75.
Okay.
I took 4 of them off.
Nice job.
I'm going to take this last one off. All right, cool. There you go. Started the day up $2,000. Here you go.
Very nice.
Now what do? Do I trade faster or slower?
No.
You just wait for the market to set up. You'll wait for the market to set up. And guys, I just traded that was a 6 lot. So I like that little area down there. Did you guys hear me talk about, hey, I kind of like getting long around there?
Mm-hmm.
That was a really good pivot, a really good turn. I took no risk on that. Anybody that says you need to move, I need more downside, I need a larger loss limit, hasn't figured out how to watch their ass. Watch your 6. Watch your downside. Because you got to watch your downside always. You don't need more risk in this business. You need better entries. Can I hear an amen out of that one, Eddie?
Amen.
Amen. How about a hallelujah? You want an amen? I don't have an amen, but I do have a.
There you go.
I think we got to ask amen from our traders. Can I get an amen? Amen.
I mean, that was the lower of that bar right there was 70 half. I got 72 even, 2 lot, 71 even, 2 lot, 72, 75, 2 lot. So I took one of them off fairly quickly. just to have a little cushion. Because when it's moving like this, I kind of like to peel off. You get into them, and then if it goes your way, peel off, peel off, peel off. You move your break even down mentally, and then and then you can kind of like trade with a little bit of a less of a concern on a volatile moving move. But at that time, because when it makes these pivots, it usually scares out all the longs, the weak longs, shakes them all out. That's why it gets really volatile. Run stops, and then kind of flushes down or spikes up. And then these sometimes are really good entry points.
Now, Michael, for some of our traders here, you say peel off.
Yeah.
What's peel off? What's rice peel off?
Well, my kids would say take the peel off is what they tell me all the time on a banana, but they ain't here right now.
Peel off.
Yeah, God, that was a great entry. Man.
What is a peel off? Is it what are you doing?
Okay, I went in with 6, but I typically would have liked to gone in with only 4 because I went in with 1 just to start. We talked about it. Just tip your toe in the water. Toe in the water, toe in the water. Got my toe in the water. 50% of folks are long S&P. 73% are long NASDAQ. Longs are coming back in. This is where they came back in last time. Remember, guys? Longs. And they were briefly getting paid. So they kind of back up here. Longs like it up here. So the peel on, let's just say you put 4 on. I put 6 on. So I put 6 and I shaved 2 of them. And then I shaved another 2. So I sat with 2. And I shaved those when I got in the money. So like if I bought everything, let's just say at the price of 70s and I had 6 slots on, I got out of 2 at 77, 2 at 82. Boom, boom. That's a quick move. Boom, boom. Now you locked in that 10 handle, 9, whatever, 7 handle, 9 handle, 10 handle type winner on your 2 lot and your other 2 lot. So you're sitting there with already taking profits off the table with 2 more that you can let run. This is if you want to let a runner run, but I let those only go to like 85s, which is almost 15 handles. So needless to say, it helps. It's trading. It's your same bias. You still like it from the long side. You went in, you got to find a great entry. If you find a great entry, then you could take a couple off too and just lock it in. I like to lock in the profits. And to me, it moves my break even. It's very hard for some people to probably understand. Like the low of that move was 70. Low of that move was 70. I got in at 72. So technically, me taking off those 2 would put my break even lower than the market has even traded yet. So that's where I'm kind of looking at. Be like, that's safety play. That's downside watch. That's watching my 6. That's how I look at it. Yeah, that's the longest way I could probably answer that.
Good answer. Good answer.
Good answer. Good answer. Number 1 on the board. Survey says.
Yeah. So now, here's the problem in trading, and I'm gonna shut up because I'm talking to
one of many.
One of many is you get these moves that you just carve up and you get into them, and then you take it off the table really quickly. But then there's folks that take it off the table. They never take it off the table, and they're still sitting with the position. So right now I'm like, oh man, 23 handles off from 4 even. So we're trading at 423. So there's 23 handles I could have had. And I bought 72s. So there's like 30 some, like 30 and 20, 50 handles, and I took 12 on average off the table. So it just gets you sometimes being like, I wish I could have took more, stuff like that. But that's the tough part about trading.
Take what the market gives you. Be happy. Look for the next opportunity.
That's why I got you as a trading buddy, Eddie.
It's
Tom Hoagland's book, The Best Loser Wins. You have to be willing to lose. I mean, if you were willing to hold on to those positions for a little bit longer, Michael, you would have had a much bigger profit on that trade. But you have to be willing to give back what you've already got in it in order to do so. In this trade, I'm long. I've been short. I've been down $200. I've been up $200. I'm back basically to break even. We've got a number coming out here in 5 minutes. I I haven't
Minor.
decided whether I'm going to hold it or I'm going to get out of it. I should probably just get out of it and look for the next opportunity, right?
It's an opportunity making machine is the market. So I guess it's really kind of like how you want to play your strategy. I mean, really, like you watch NFL over the weekend, Eddie. I know you're a big NFL guy. Every one of those teams has a strategy until they start getting punched in the face, so to speak. And
Right.
some of them stick with that strategy all first half and then look to change it second half. And some of them get
Right.
toasted first quarter and already looking to change. So, John, you have a strategy. Stick with your strategy, and if that strategy is not working, then I know what you do. You either wait for higher probability trades that align with your strategy,
Mhm.
or you take these two hands and you sit on them.
Yeah, we got positive delta. The market is holding near the lows, and the S&P is NASDAQ is a lot friendlier to the upside.
I see that. I was just going to say that. Well, hey, John.
I feel like it's a gamble to hold this. I mean, it's not a major number at all, but I'm not sitting in profit, so I'm out of the trade. We'll see what happens afterwards.
All right. Speaking of afterwards, come up here high noon. You got group coaching. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And right before that, I want to make sure I invite everybody. 11 o'clock Central Time. All right. We've got our new segment called Power Players. Maybe I should Power Players.
There you go.
And today we've got Isaac Suffren here from one of our partners and YouTuber.
Yeah.
How he got started trading, what he's learned along the way, and tips to finding longevity in the markets as a professional level trader. And on top of that, he was D1? He was D1 basketball?
He was D1 basketball, I believe. I'm going to find out exactly what team.
You're going to find out.
Yeah, and Isaac Suffren, really cool cat. And I get to go party with him, trader party at a trader meetup group in Las Vegas. I mean, I'm adding up all the reasons why this thing could get out of hand, but hey.
You need a date? You need a bodyguard? You need a chauffeur?
I know, right? No, there's a handful. There's the wife and I and Mac is going with his. So we're gonna go swing by and meet some of the folks there. There's a couple hundred people that are gonna be there. So
Nice.
in Vegas.
Cool.
Very nice.
By the way, Vegas, nothing to do with Vegas, but crude oil is 75% of folks are long. 50-50 in the other two sisters or brothers or whatever you want to call them, siblings. S&P and NASDAQ is when I make that joke, it's S&P and NASDAQ.
Well, the poll has 275 votes, bullish 46, bearish 54. Thank you for taking that poll. Hey, if you like what's going on here today, I know we've got nearly 800 people watching. We know who you are. Hey, hit that like button.
Do we?
Smack it.
I mean, with the European GDPR, Eddie, I don't know. You can't really, I don't know.
I can say for a fact we do not know who you are.
He's freaked out, everybody.
like and love. Hit that love button.
Got about half of us went and locked their front door.
Real quick, like the Chicago way. All right. Number coming up. Johnny, we got that number coming up here in about a minute and a half.
Yep.
It's a minor number.
Yeah.
We're looking at what? The housing market, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, tell me again what this is. I mean, I know what it is, but like tell everybody what it is.
The National Association of Home Builders Housing Market Index.
Yes.
They're looking for 50. The most recent one was 50. We'll see what happens.
I think actual coming out 50. Yeah.
All right. So really quickly, guys, watch the dome. If you're dome traders, ladder traders, or whatever, they get thin. They get real thin. Look at NASDAQ right now, one up on either side. It'll probably go thinner. All the people with the algos or the bots or whatever are market makers. They turn the switch off right now. Shut it off. See how thin it is? Like 7 up, you know.
Yeah, here.
Bid on the bids,
put the
couple.
NASDAQ up.
Yeah, and the bids a couple.
Oh, look at that.
50-50 in the brothers and sisters.
Look at that. Look at
Buono
the spread.
momento.
Oh, this is the
2024.
March contract. Sorry about that.
So you guys,
Hey,
even
coming out
even-
45, the housing market index. So lower than expected.
There we go.
what does your equity future say, Eddie? Polls completed, 51% to 48, bearish.
Yeah,
I got right now 52. I got the exact same thing, 54% bearish or short right now in the NASDAQ.
All right.
I like a light long right here,
Yes.
but I'm not doing anything. Nothing's screaming at me. We're right in the middle of overnight range, right, John?
Yeah. I mean, here's the NASDAQ. Let's take a quick look at that. Here's the D's overnight range. I mean, the overnight low hasn't been checked. Our overnight high, we checked in the 830 bar here. So we put in a higher high than the overnight high, but we didn't maintain the price above that, at least not yet. We haven't tested the low of the overnight.
Yeah, Savage or light long probably would be
Oh,
just a one lot.
wow,
I don't trade micros. Micros changes my habit. I don't like to change habits.
It makes you risk bigger price ranges, right? Because it's so small.
It makes you exactly, and everybody wants to go this like it's to each its own. Of course, I don't trade micros. I'll find myself probably if I just traded micros, scaling in, which is just to me cannonballing. Now I'm not looking for great entries. I like great entries. I can repeat that every day. But micros doesn't have me focus on great entries unless I just go 10 micros. And if I did that, I'm just going to put a one lot on.
Right. And it just costs more to do that. So,
and it actually costs more to trade micros. So pro ball stuff, Eddie.
Pro ball, baby.
Yeah, bigger stuff, bigger tick sizes.
All right.
All right, 32 minutes into the day. How about that?
9:02 Chicago time. And if you got a position on, let us know what you're doing. Had some good calls here earlier from our traders.
Yeah.
So,
we got some questions about trading view. I just want to get it in here. Tradeovate. I want to get in here. Tradeovate is up. It is on the list, and you can connect your trading view.
There you go.
We're not making a huge announcement right now because we want to see how folks stumble in upon it and how everything. We don't want any experience that's not a great experience for a trader. So we've worked very diligently and patiently together
Yes, we
with
have.
Tradeovate. Yeah.
Yeah, lots of work here.
Yeah.
So, for those that are listening, you got the edge. There you go. There's a reason for joining us here. Like Michael said, we're not sort of launching it like Skylab. We're, come to the website. Check out the website, and you'll see the availability. Let us know. All right, let us know.
So it's sitting right around here.
mm-hmm.
Chubbs Montana shorted gold, 1948.60. All right, shorting gold. Got a gold trader here. We got a good handful of gold traders here.
48.60. That's pretty good. That's a pretty good spot. You're looking pretty good right now.
There you go, Chubbs.
50-50, 60-40 for the sisters and brothers. NASDAQ and S&P.
What do we got? Where's Dow? Dow is something that we really don't watch too much. And it does take a toll. I mean, it does have an effect here.
Yeah. J-Man, nice. You're up 650. Took a long
Dow's
one.
down 40 ticks right now. Dow futures down 40 ticks. 48, 45. Well, we're just not really doing much of anything here, are we?
We are not.
So remember, not trading is a position. All right.
Mm-hmm.
When you find the
Great.
right moment, you know. It's like they asked Deion Sanders, Coach Prime, you know, what's harder, football or baseball or track? He did like all three. And he said baseball. You know, he goes, football's easy. He goes, it's timing. Baseball is too much for timing, especially when you're up there trying to hit a 90-plus mile-an-hour fastball or a 80 below mile-an-hour curveball. He goes, it's all about timing.
Wow.
Coach Prime. You think that guy's ego's a little too inflated?
No, I don't. And here's why, Eddie. Because he backs everything up. And I think these, we'll talk about that later. I think, I'm sure when Andre wants to talk shop, there's something crazy, something really interesting happening on with being that type of a leader to a bunch of young men or kids. I think they can get jazzed around it. I think it doesn't, if you feel like the coach feels like your cool uncle, rather than your dad. Colorado did win again, Sean.
Mm-hmm.
They are looking good.
Well, Hill says Yellen is speaking.
Well, I did not know that.
Where's my Jello? She's up there in age. See what she's got to say. See if I can pull that off the wire.
Yeah, I'm pulling my other stuff up. Thanks for letting us know.
Not seeing anything on financial juice that she has said.
Okay, still 50-50 NASDAQ and the S&P.
Yeah. She's not actually, well, she is a member of the Fed. She shouldn't be speaking. I mean, if she is speaking, she shouldn't be speaking about economic policy. There's a 2-week moratorium for the talking Feds when it's right before FOMC meeting. They're not supposed to talk
So she's still a member of the Super Friends?
Speaking. She's Treasury Secretary.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So she is speaking, but I don't think that this is typical of like 2 weeks before the Fed. They're not supposed to be speaking. So she may be speaking, but probably not that much about policy.
Right. They're saying she isn't a member of the Fed. She's Treasury Secretary.
Right.
So she can talk all she wants then.
We have a good, strong labor market is what she's saying right now. Worker demand is high.
All right.
I'm not watching. I'm just kind of keeping an eye on what she's saying on financial juice.
Here's the juice. Raimundo is asking, what do you recommend for news?
Well, financial juice, I think, is actually really good. They're pretty quick with the economic numbers. When there are talking Feds or when somebody is speaking, they're pretty quick with getting the information up there. And I don't even pay for the service, and I think it's good.
All right. Well, we are back at settlement here in crude. Coming off right now 90.77. Keep an eye on that. If you like what's going on, don't forget to hit that like and subscribe button. We appreciate it. Helps with the algos. And gives us a little pat on the back saying, you know what? Hey, you guys are okay.
We are starting the week out okay thus far.
Jim Carlton up $520. Thanks for the insight. Should pass my first combine or first step. Let's pass the combine here today. Good job, Jim.
Nice job, Jim.
Eddie, while you were saying that, I had my plumbing and refrigeration guy I was texting. So I had the microphone. He was picking up everything you were just saying, about ready to text him.
Send it out. Free information.
The goose is loose, Hoag.
Yeah, I got a pond behind the house, and it's migration season, so there's a freaking 100 geese out there. Quiet down. Yeah.
Hey, those geese are vicious. You gotta be careful there.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're back up here trying to carry some legs on. You go to the 30-minute NASDAQ if you can.
Yes, of course. There you go.
There you go. Well, hold on. Is it 30? Oh, wow. Mine's on an hour. I was still doing my top down, and I hadn't changed. I haven't changed it to 30, which sometimes I kind of like. If I'm looking at a chart really quickly, if I'm looking at a chart and I actually had a higher time frame, I'm waiting for it to set up, and I'm like, okay, it's coming to. I'm like, oh, I'm on my hourly. I waited. Like, it's kind of interesting to be that. If you didn't know, I thought I was on my 30-minute, and you're like, hey, it's coming up to this one. So kind of you feel like you get a better entry, or like you were even more patient that you didn't have to be patient on because you had a higher time frame that you didn't know about because you thought it was a lower time frame. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I can feel what you're feel what you're saying there.
Yeah. I'm not.
I mean, the hourly and the 30-minute aren't that different, right?
Not that different. No, but to have the patience of an hourly is a little bit different than to wait for your 30 minutes. Because when you go lower time frame, you're a little bit more looking for those moves to come sooner. Hey, I'm going to. I really like to get short around at this point, John. So is there anything up here that you like? Short.
Our overnight high. We looked above it once. We failed. Now we just extended the range a little bit for the regular trading hour. You got a little bit of potential supply here, but I think your risk is relatively large. I mean, you got value high all the way up here.
I know.
So 15,489.
All right, I'm gonna do it really light, and if it hits, I'm gonna do it on the next little tip up. If it has one. There you go. Just hit it. Sold 33 halves. Very, very quick in and out on this one. There's your in and out.
There you go. Nice pull here. Good timing. Timing is everything.
Yeah.
There you go. I'm out. See that, ladies and gentlemen?
No wonder it gives me heart palpitations.
I know. I just picked up another 400. So I didn't like that for a long time frame hold. So this is kind of like market action, price flow, all that kind of stuff. Is when we're talking about it, and then we're also bringing in volume profile that John's bringing in here about volume at price levels. And then I sit with simple moving averages, as John's showing right here. Can you go to the NASDAQ 30-minute?
This is it.
So that was a quick 10 handles right there on a 2-lot.
And it was really kind of amazing. I mean, you said, I'm going to sell this next pop, and it popped.
That's kind of you know what that's called, John? The NASDAQ dance, the NASDAQ shimmy shake.
Yeah.
Sometimes you got to wait for those little boom booms, and then like kind of a fishing where you pull it back really hard right when you feel a bite. Because it does these little.
Are you
jumps.
fishing or dancing? What are you doing over there?
It's a mixture of both, Eddie.
I'm dancing with the fish.
But it's way different than your S&P, John. Your S&P doesn't do those type of things. So
there you go.
yeah.
Hey, remember, Michael, you mentioned some homework that needed to be done. Elevate the frequency. Did watch Rogue Trader and said the movie was badass.
Oh, sweet. Yes, the movie was.
Who else did their homework?
Yeah.
Anybody else watch that movie? We'll talk about it later, but I just wanted to bring
Rogue
that
Trader,
up.
right? I still haven't seen that movie.
You didn't do your homework, Mr.
I did not.
Mr. Hoagland.
Ooh,
You
it's
did.
all right. I'll clean out the erasers.
Okay.
Oh, so I'm glad you guys.
Oh.
Did you watch? Yeah. Did you do
There
your
we go.
homework?
Got another poll.
Got another poll. Did you do your homework? That was your homework.
There it is. I mean, I watched it already, so I guess that counts as a yes, right?
Yeah, that counts. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, if you watch the movie, yes. Wow.
Yes, and watch the blackboard, right? Yeah, you can watch it free on YouTube, I'm sure. You watch everything on YouTube, it seems.
Yeah, you can. I was just watching ski videos over the weekend on YouTube.
Yeah, dreaming about getting out there.
Dreaming about getting out there, and just like I like, honestly, like cable and stuff like I'm not flipping through channels anymore. Sorry. If I want something, I was thinking, I'm like, oh, okay, skiing's coming up. I want to see some, people dropping through cool lines and all that kind of stuff. So we just went right to it.
I mean, it takes you an hour to find a show to watch anyway. I mean, growing up, Hoag, it was like ABC, CBS, NBC, or our local WGN. And that was it. Now there's like, 50 million stations? My God.
Yeah, there's more streaming systems than there are channels.
Yeah.
I mean, either way, everybody's just going to go on their social media anyway. It's like that's the true competitor now. It's not these shows streamed against each other. It's just like once you sit down on the couch, you're still grabbing your phone and going on your social.
Yeah.
Hey, 78% of folks are long crude oil right now. So crude oil folks, 78% are long. Now, I won't hold too much weight into that right now. Well, yes, I would. A little bit more. Yes, I would. Just something to think about. This is just information. So it's now back here. See why I wanted to take that light long, John? It's back up here at 4:30.
It was quick. You said that was just a quick trade. You did it. I got Lacey going crazy. Lacey's saying good morning to everybody. I'm going to step away just to see what the heck is going on, making her go so crazy. I'll be right back.
I'll save your seat. Okay. Saving his seat. See what's up there. But yeah, we got a lot of people didn't do their homework. Only 26% said yes, they watched it. If you get a chance, check it out. I know that's probably my favorite trading movie. I mean, there's a lot of trading movies out there. But that one sort of, what I like about it is, I mean, I know that it is done overseas, across the pond, over in the UK. But I mean, it's the actions of the actors, how things really looked on the trading floor. You get a good idea.
Oh my God.
That was true to life.
Yeah. Hell of a job.
So
how they got the actors to get their arm down, their emotions down, and his trading team, his team that he hires, young, like, he kind of explains to people that don't know too much about trading, and he puts all trading jackets on them, and they go into the trading pit, and
well,
pretty good.
years ago, I think it was it must have been in the 90s. McDonald's did a commercial on the trading floor, and they said, whoever wants to stay late, this is after the close, wants to be on a McDonald's commercial. Now the thing is, I never saw the commercial, but they had cameras, they did everything, and whoever wanted to stay put their coats on and acted like they were trading and good old movies. Floored's another one. Well, that's actual action. Okay. It's just a reminder, Isaac's going to be on here at 11. And I did mention the D1 connection. Former D1 collegiate basketball player to a multi six-figure trader, owner of Blueprint Lifestyle, where he's taught over 35,000 people on ways of the market. First generation investor and a trader, his ultimate goal is to continue to provide value to those who are interested in taking advantage of the freedom the markets provide. So he's going to be here at 11 o'clock, and you're gonna be with them, correct, Michael?
Which one?
Isaac.
Yeah. So Isaac Suffren, excited to be with him. That's coming up
11 o'clock here today, Central Time.
11 o'clock Central. We work everything in Central Time here. For anybody's like, well, what is 11 o'clock? It's 4:30 in the afternoon right now.
9:21 here Central Time. 9:21 Chicago.
Yeah, we go Chicago time. Chicago is the founding city of futures trading. We're trading futures.
Yes.
1848 was the birth of modern futures trading.
Yeah. Let's plug that schedule back in here, Jack Attack. Let's get everybody focused on what is happening today in fast markets and then what's after fast markets. I want everybody to get comfortable with our schedule. And at the end of each week, I know at the end of this week, we're going to be having a survey that's going to ask you all, if you were in our shoes, what's the one thing that you would do to improve Topstep TV? And we just want one. May probably ask you again the next week and the next week. Just give us the one thing that you guys would do to improve Topstep TV. We're usually pretty good about taking feedback and implementing it. Yeah. Hence the fact that we've been doing this 13 years, funding traders, and have taken feedback and adapted with it.
No, we actually have, as a company, we have company meetings, and these are all brought up. This before we had Topstep TV, a lot of traders are like, well, I got this idea, this suggestion. Do you guys really read it and consider it? And the answer was like, yes, we do, and we love when we get these comments and suggestions. So yeah, by all means.
There it is. All right, so Isaac is today at 11. Jack, we want to put power players on a title right here. Lower the guest headline. Put power players. Make it look power players. Hey guys,
not something I can do right now, but we'll get there.
No, this is I just gave you a survey of my feedback. So yeah, guys, this is what we're going to do. We're going to share power players that come in every day at 11 a.m. After we're done with Top Quiz. These are the folks that are coming in. We'll give you the whole schedule here right after this. But the guests that are coming in this week is Isaac Suffren. This is a kick-ass YouTuber, growing crowd community, fast growing community. He's coming on here. Jared Tendler. You want to get your head straight? You want to get your trader mind straight? You want to get some trading psychology or market therapy? Join Jared Tendler.
Yes, and for Jared also, we're going to share a form in the chat to gather some questions in advance for Jared tomorrow. And during group coaching today with Hoag, we'll be sure to get that form a few times so he has some questions in advance.
Nice. And they'll probably need to put who they are right underneath here. So guys, we're building the plane in the air when we're doing this, giving each other feedback. That's what we like to do. We're all traders here too, so we give each other feedback on the fly.
Yeah.
But Jack, I love this. I love this new design. So then we have Deanna and Eddie, or sorry, Hoag, you're going to be on with Jared tomorrow and Deanna. Is that correct?
Yes, that's the plan so far. Yep.
All right, I'm going to be on with Isaac today.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to miss the company town hall on Wednesday, but it's worth it for Deanna. Deanna's great.
No, we're rescheduling for you. We should.
Okay.
All right. Since we've got about 9:25 here Chicago time. We've got waiting right now. We've got our So Crude dude, Danny, ready to kick it in here now. So you're trading crude. Time to really focus. Let's bring Danny on here in just a few seconds. Right back.
Day.
What do you stand for, Danny?
Make it fun.
Well, you really know how to just get the hopes and the mojo up in the morning with that one.
There you go.
It's just funny. It's great.
Got his mojo up.
I love it. He used to do this every morning when I walk in the office.
Well, if your mojo's rising, so is his crude at one point today.
Yeah, I mean, crude continues to rip higher day in and day out. Hard to beat. I'm looking right now. I'm looking really short time frame, but since last night, we've had 3 higher swing lows that are really showing a nice little trend on the shorter time frame. So actually got long a little bit ago, sitting here in the money. I'm long from 70. So not huge, but just kind of looking to see if this market continues to work its way up the high side of channel, Hoagland.
Yeah, I got the Daniel up there for you. This is the November contract now. It's the higher volume, so we're trading the November contract, and had to get those lines on there real quick.
I appreciate you doing that for me. That's what I'm looking at right now. In reality, right, like we got the high time frame Daniels here. I'm looking a little shorter time frame, kind of like I said. We have 3 higher lows since last night, which really fell in line with the trend from Friday. Other than that wild swing low and pop up, it's really continued that trend. So that's what I'm looking for right now. I'm looking to see this market kind of continue extending long. Yes, long 90-70. Not taking a ton of risk on this. My auto OCO is usually about $300 a contract. I likely won't let it go against me that long.
Are you
that
in live,
much.
Danny? Are you in live, or are you in the?
Yeah, I'm a live market. Yes, a live position. I won't let the market go against me. Probably $300 on this one. I think 30 cents is too much to risk. This to me is a very low risk trade. I'll probably won't risk that much. I'm looking for the pop. I'm looking for this market to kind of hold here. I like where we're trading to the long side right now. I like the location of this market. Definitely going to look to see if this thing pops. And if it doesn't, we'll get out and we'll look for another opportunity.
It's kind of the trend line you're looking at here.
Yeah, and I know it's really short time frame, and we got 3 points of contact. I do like it just to see if this directional trend here today continues.
So there's a low, 3 points of contact. I like it.
I like it right now. So we're going to sit in it, and we're going to see right now. I'm just looking to see if we can get back up to probably that 91.10 area. If we can get back to high side of value, I'm gonna like it, and that's probably where I'm going to start to look to get out of that trade.
Okay.
Nothing crazy.
How many contracts you got?
One. It's just a Monday morning. I'm not putting a lot of weight on. I try and keep it small here for.
That's what I did out of the gate today. A little one lot.
Keep them simple.
Yeah.
I filled with gas this weekend.
Why don't you trade a lot more out of the gate? If you really like this one in the morning and it's Monday, why not just juice that account big time out of the gate?
Well, because that's just poor risk management.
Woo!
You don't just juice it out of the gate.
You never made money juicing it out of the gate.
I mean, I've done some dumb things in my life that paid off well.
Those are called lucky. Those are called lucky things.
Yeah. So like my dad always said, sometimes it's better to be lucky than good.
Yeah, that's a line that I don't agree with. Yes, it is sometimes better to be lucky than good. Yes, sometimes better. But most of the time, it is better to be good than lucky. Most of the time.
Sometimes it's better to be lucky than good.
Yeah, sometimes. Totally agree.
And that's what
Were you guys on the golf course?
The gate swinging hard. I don't need to get into a position where I'm down, a couple grand on a Monday. I don't want that. That's not healthy. I like where we're going now. We got a couple bucks into this trade. We'll see what happens here. If I can get this thing to 91s, that's $300 a contract. I like that. Let's see if we can accept in value here, Hoag. Are we going to accept inside there? Is it going to get in there?
Right.
There we go.
I mean, here's the 8 o'clock bar. The 8 o'clock bar basically is the value area. So if we're going to reaccept it, the destination would be the high value, which puts us up around 91.10. I like the trade.
Hoag, it makes me feel so good when you tell me you like something I did in trading.
Huh? Well, sometimes I'm the kiss of death too. Market like to make a liar out of me.
How's your guys' trading been thus far this morning?
I think I lost like a G or two last week. I'm up 2,300 right now.
Woo!
Yeah,
he came out the gate swinging.
His first trade was the 1 lot, then right to a 6 lot.
Yeah, I know. I like that. Danny was 2 ticks, 1.5, 2 handles. Give myself a ish. 2 handles off the low of that move. That happened, 8:30? No, something like that, John, right?
Yeah.
Bang, bang, bang out of the gate. It would have been a 50 handle mover, but we don't woulda, coulda, shoulda in this business, like So I just took that off the table. I'm happy with the cushion out of the gate. Jack, if you want to roll over to my screen, you can do that. I am looking to get back in here at some point. I had
a loss, and then we were in a position where we almost scratched it right before the 9 o'clock number. So really just waiting to see what happens here. I mean, we've got a 12-point range in the S&Ps. Not a whole lot going on here right now.
Hey, MP, what is that text box? Is that like the YouTube chat or something on your screen?
Oh, no, it's where I'm talking with my banker and giving all my private information away.
We'll see. Here's the thing.
Screenshot.
Yeah, I can't see that. So every time I swish this, I was like, what the hell is it?
You're safe. You're safe.
Thank you.
This is a conversation right here that's amongst friends, guys. This is the YouTube chat. So everything you're seeing, I'm seeing right here too. So that's what I'm seeing. And I have had the whole time, no problem. We had some Tradeovate folks that are saying there's some Tradeovate issues. Again, we will work always on that. So it's newly added back to the program. So if you're having issues with it, just be patient. And if you're not,
I'll tell you, and I'll talk about some issues here when it comes to trading. I've had them with platforms before. You got to be conscious of it. It'll happen. Those are the times where you just want to be quick to get out of your position, or if you're having continuous issues, really quick, guys. I'm above 91s.
Right.
Pretty darn close to my 91.10.
There's your 91.10 right now.
You just got it? You covered?
I'm out.
Oh, look at Topstep, folks, trading today.
I got out at 06. I got $360 right off the bat on a Monday morning. Better than a
Monday morning. You had a little Irish talk there.
Oh, yeah.
Monday morning.
On a Monday morning. So we covered them. We're out at 06s. So $360. That's not a bad deal per contract on a simple, simple directional move. Find the pullback and get in the market. I'm a firm believer in just look for those pullbacks. Or look for the weakness in the trend, so we can say
there you go.
There you go.
There you go.
We want to look for weakness in a directional move without breaking down on that move. Hence, why my little Daniels make such a difference for my trading.
Well done, Donnie.
Striker says Chevron talking about $100 a barrel. Well, ever since they have a new CEO, I think they're pretty open for just about anything there. But,
Yeah, I mean, it's hard not to think $100 a barrel's not in our future with all the. Well, granted, last week we had a couple boost inventory.
Yes.
But the market still moves higher, so it's still looking back at those 10 million barrel draws from the week before.
Well,
so,
do we got a direct line to Saudi Arabia
on a Monday?
Do we?
What's that?
A direct line? Call
Saudi Arabia?
Yeah, do we got that direct line still moving? Can I make a call?
It'd be
I don't
nice.
know if the phone works anymore.
No, they. Bad.
Well, awesome, guys. There we go. We just hit high value. I locked out. I took $40 away from potential trade there. If I was looking for 10s, I got out of those 6s. I'm always very damn.
Going for the upper trend line.
FOMO right there.
Danny, yeah, I know, Danny. I feel for you. My one lot came in, made $250, but then my next trade after that was a big one. But then it was like this move that you're seeing right here, where I got out. I got out with a good profit. But the great profit was there, sitting there, just like you're seeing right now. You would have had 50 ticks, 50 cents.
I'll tell you, I'm looking for a move to a specific level. Beyond that, doesn't really matter. That's not what it's in my game plan. And then I have my own rule where I'm allowed to get out within 10%, give or take, of that profit. So if I'm making $360 on a trade and I took off 4 ticks, aka 10% of that potential profit target to lock in a winning trade, I am very, very within the bounds of my rules when it comes to that trade. I will sacrifice 10% of profits to ensure I'm locking in the win.
That's it. The
Well, Danny,
10% rule.
Sorry.
Yeah. Well, Danny, thanks for coming on here and schooling us. Literally
How's it doing? Happy Monday.
Yeah, you too. Nice trade. Excellent trade.
All right, Danny. Thanks, buddy. We'll catch you tomorrow, man.
Yeah, it was a good trade.
The market giveth and the market taketh.
I wish I could find one.
Yeah. Hey, John, you are.
Monday, man.
It's Monday and the first 2 trades out of the gate. I do not want to hear that attitude ever again. See, we're trading buddies. We're trading buddies.
Thank you. Yes. Yeah. Well, it's a good long week. We'll get it figured out.
Sure. And don't forget 11 o'clock, Power Players, our new segment with Isaac Suffren. And, of course, right after that, High Noon, not with Jackie Cooper, with John Hoagland. High Noon, 12 o'clock here Central Time.
Yes.
Group coaching.
Yes, we have the email now working. So it's groupcoaching@topstep.com. You can email in your questions, and we'll be as prepared as we can be to get those taken care of and answered for you. I do the Monday and Wednesday sessions. Some of our other coaches are doing the Tuesday and Thursday sessions.
Yes.
And we're looking forward to being there with you. It's one of my favorite things that I do here is to be able to spend time talking trading with traders.
This could be fun.
Yeah.
Of course it could. Yes. Fun and educational.
Okay, John,
Yes.
what's down here that I should be looking at in the NASDAQ? NASDAQ traders, if you're paying attention, or if you're not paying attention, turn your ears on. If you're short, nice short. If you're buying pullback, be careful.
Now, we're below value. Not a lot of volume down here. The opening range still remains the low of the session in the NASDAQ. So the low of the opening range, the low of the overnight session, somewhere down here, kind of smacks of opportunity if we get the chance.
Which one low? Which one?
Well, I mean, if we take out the low of the opening range, which is the low of the regular trading hour session right here, to be precise, it's 15,343. 15,343 is the low of the regular trading hour session, low of the opening range. Then we've got overnight low down here. So if we take that opening range out and we can't hold below the overnight low, if it looks below that and comes back in, that might be an interesting opportunity to see this market rotate back to the upside.
Yeah. Coming off of YouTube, C Dang said up $370, went short 5 contracts, NASDAQ 15,420, and took profits too early. But,
Welcome to the club. Yeah. Top profits.
you still took profits. Be happy with that. Please. Too early.
Yep. Good entry.
Yeah.
Sure. You got out and wanted more. Who doesn't want more when you're in the trading world and you don't catch all the move? That's what we got to kind of get used to as traders, is being like, because that alone will take a good trade and make you start feeling crappy about yourself.
Right.
And yeah, it's like, that's why this business is so hard on you. Can't let it be hard on you.
I mean, he traded that trade played out as he planned it. It doesn't matter that it keeps going. It's a good trade. It played as you expected. Mm-hmm. Anything that happens after that is a new opportunity. Mm-hmm. And how often are you able to get out of a trade on the high tick or the low tick? How often are you going to be able to pick that as the trade is in play? Okay, here's the top tick. I'm going to take this. We don't know what's going to happen. Mm-hmm. And and Michael, you're absolutely right. It's diabolical what trading does to you, because it's very difficult not to feel like you've left something on the table, even after a good trade, if the market continues in that direction. But you got to try and not to do that to yourself, because the trade played out as he wanted it to. He got what he was looking for. Done. Anything after that, new opportunity, new experience.
Yeah, you got traders in here saying the same thing. I like. We all seem to have got great entries today, and then the moves are a little bit. Those that caught great entries, like, yeah, you're gonna say, hey, man, that was a great trade, and I only took X. Right away, you're the first person who criticized your trade. Nobody else. Did your mom hit you up? Text you right now, say like, hey, you could have taken more out of that, honey? No, we're the only ones who put up that shit in front of us, and that's why trading's so damn hard. And you can get down on yourself even when you're doing well. Man, I should have had a better week. Shut up. Like, you probably need to talk to yourself a little bit more kindly than I just did. But like, you need to tell yourself, I did great. I did great, Michael. Like, blah blah blah. Journal it down. I did the things I wanted to do, and it's good to know that this week was a lesson learned week, and it was a money making week, or today, or whatever it may be.
Yeah, I think we all have. I mean, I know I do. I have a big tendency to use very negative terms internally when I'm talking to myself. I can call myself an idiot, whatever it is, but it doesn't do you any good. It just makes you feel worse. If you can maintain positive internal dialogue, it's positive mental attitude, whatever you want to call it, you're going to feel a lot better. There's Michael, you remember the book you gave me, Positive Intelligence, right? And that book does a lot to help you quiet those negative internal dialogue.
They call them SAGE, right?
Yeah, there's your sage, which is your intuition, your positive thoughts, and then there's the saboteurs, which are the voices that tell us we're not good enough, smart enough, handsome enough, young enough, thin enough. All of those things that we tell ourselves that don't do us any good, and mostly are lies, right? I could tell myself I'm not handsome enough, and we all know that's not true.
Yeah, of course.
All right, Prime, Coach Prime.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Well, the thing is, you've got to, you're the ace on the mound. You've also got to be that second voice, which would be a pitching coach or a manager. You've got to know. Ask yourself questions throughout the day. Why did I do this? Why did I move this? Should I be doing this? If it's not in the game plan, you know what? Then you should not be doing it. If you don't have a good enough answer, then you know what? Question yourself. Why am I doing this?
Mm-hmm. This is a very, very important thing, because you can get caught in this quagmire, this giggity. I'm bad tuna salad. I love you bringing in a Bruce Lee quote. Don't speak negatively about yourself, even as a joke. Your body doesn't know the difference. Words are energy, and they cast spells.
Mhm.
That's why it's called spelling, John.
Yes.
Change the way you speak about yourself, and you can change your life. I totally agree. I don't know about the spelling part, but I definitely agree that you can believe things into reality, so to speak, about like having positive. The book's called Positive Intelligence, and there's negative vortexes that bring you down. Those are the things John talked about. Or there's friends or people that you hang out with that have this negative. Eeyore. So
We're doomed.
yeah, you're doomed.
No,
So the psyche, taking care of your mind, so damn important. Who you put yourself. That's why when we said, hey, we're gonna do Topstep TV, we're gonna do tradertainment, and if anybody starts trolling and bring bad energy, they're gone. We don't need this. Like Topstep TV, I can sit there and just hang out with these people that are here right now that are cool and good vibes. But as you get people that jump into rooms, jump into teams, jump into communities that are negative vibes, get the hell out of here, man. And I say that in the kindest way because like trading's hard enough. It's hard enough. I want to be around people that don't go, woe is me, that don't go, my system, stop me out and they're after me.
Right.
It's just such a hard business to be around. I want to be around positivity. It's just, and I was around it in the trading pits, and I was around it in Hoag and Eddie, and these guys run the trading pits. And then you get the other ones that are just like, you're like, dude, get away from me. You're holding me back. And you can say that to people because it's your life, it's your path, and you want to be around good quality, positive, uplifting people. Hence the fact I'm on with John and Eddie every morning, and these fine folks in here too. But you can troll. Eddie, remember what we can troll? What can we troll?
Yeah.
What can we troll?
Troll positivity. Well, that was like PMA, positive mental attitude.
Yeah.
Keep it.
We could real quick. Sports teams. That's the only thing we're allowed to, that we said we could troll here.
We could troll we could talk trash.
Troll,
with sports, but,
troll, yeah.
Let's put the trash aside and let's bring on Mick. Mick is here with us today, right?
All right.
We got shoulder tap coming up here. Time to share some success and time to avoid failure. So let's take a few seconds here. We're going to set Mick up and we'll be right back. Sure. Good morning, Mick.
Good morning, Eddie, John, Michael. Good to see you guys.
What's
Good
happening?
to see you.
What's happening?
Hey.
How's the weekend, Mick?
It's Monday. I had an awesome weekend. Thanks for asking. I went on a boys' golf trip up to northern Wisconsin. We played 72 holes in 2 days at one of the top courses, or multiple courses in the country, top 20 as a matter of fact. And then
Kohler?
No, we were at Sand Valley and Mammoth Dunes. So it was a lot of golf. It was a lot of fun. Had some good shots, had some bad shots. Tried to mitigate my risk out on the course. That's a big part of golf. So
Yes.
it was nice. And then we had my daughter's christening yesterday too. So fun-filled weekend.
Awesome.
I made it back for the baptism in time since I left northern Wisconsin early Sunday morning. My wife was a little worried about that, me making it back at all, let alone on time, but played my cards right, got back, and it was a nice smooth weekend. Thanks for asking.
Nice.
I hope you guys had good ones as well.
Hey, Mick, let me ask you, do you carry the clubs? Do you get a caddy? Do you drive a cart? What do you do?
At this place in particular, we had to get loopers, caddies for us. So yeah,
Cool. Yeah.
had the caddy for all 4 rounds. Normally I'd prefer a golf cart though. It is nice walking, but my feet are very sore today.
How old was your caddy?
I had 3 separate caddies, probably ranging from mid-20s to 50 years old.
Really?
You had that-
No more
you had that-
kids?
Yeah. You had that many people looking for your balls?
Not all at once. Not all at once. Remember, I played 4 rounds, so I had one caddy, the good caddy that I had him for 2 rounds, and then
Go
2
get
other
your
guys
coffee.
that I kind of didn't want to have again.
Mick,
Hopefully, none of them are watching this right now.
I'm just talking about my golf, and that would be my 1 round. I have 3 caddies. for one round. Yeah,
I couldn't afford that. It's expensive to play at these places, and then you got to drop another, a couple $100 on the caddies too.
Well, I mean, Mick, if balls cost $5 a ball, Pro V1. So I mean, it depends if you need to have guys go looking for your balls for you, or
Fortunately, there weren't a lot of lost balls on this course, but they were my bird dogs sniffing them out, hunting them out. So it was fun.
You're a good golfer, too. Yeah,
I try. I haven't gotten out that much this season as much as I would like to. I think I had 55 rounds in last year, and I'm only around less than 10 this year. That's what happens when you have a baby at home.
Yeah.
Yes, very much so. But Mick, what do you got for us today, my friend?
Yeah, so Monday, relatively narrow ranges. There's not a lot of big P&Ls as far as shout-outs to reference. I do have some trading cards I want to share with you, but it's kind of narrow range. I see NASDAQ's just a little under settlement from Friday. So early tone to the week, people are kind of taking it a little bit slower, and we'll take it from there and see what Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday gives us. I know last week we were talking a little bit about Monday's a good day to sit on your hands and see how the week starts off. Fridays are great, where if you're up money, you want to make sure you lock in that money and go into the weekend profitable in your account for the week. So with that, I got a few shout outs for some nice P&Ls, but I'm seeing a lot of stuff on the boards today, up 3,000, up 3,000. We've got a handful, actually multiple handfuls of people up there, but nothing too huge to share as far as P&Ls, except for one of our traders who I've got a trading card for, Hugh from France. He's up a little over 12 grand right now. Before I came on, he was up 5 grand. Caught a nice downside move, believe it or not, in this NASDAQ. He had some pretty good size on. So we'll talk about his trade in a little bit. That was just at the start of the hour, around 9 o'clock here today.
Wow.
But if we could pull up the card for Chad E.
Chad E.
So Chad, I brought him up last week, so I gave him a shout out. We did a card for him last week, but Friday we ended up transferring him from his express funded account to XFA to a live account. He's done very, very well in those express funded accounts, which I talked about last week. And then at the end of the day on Friday, Risk Team decided to pull him up and put him in a live account. He actually had 2 express funded accounts that we closed down, and we're transferring the balance from those 2 accounts into a single starting balance for his live funded account. So all in all, he put up about 40 grand in those accounts, took some nice payouts, which I love to see. And he's going to be starting in his live account with a little over 26 grand.
Wow. Beautiful.
Yeah, that's it. Before end of week, he'll be starting and he'll be trading live.
Yeah.
As long as he gets those agreements into us on time.
Okay.
He's from a town that has 2 states, Delaware and Ohio. Mick, $397 average daily P&L. Pretty consistent trader, huh?
Very consistent. He did have a number of trading days in those accounts, those express funded accounts. These are the stats from the express funded, just because we transferred them on Friday and I don't have any live account stats to share. Mm-hmm. I do hope that, after a handful of trading days or a couple handful of trading days, I can feature him again on here and talk about his progress in the live account. He's got a good eye for the markets. He puts up big winning days. You can see average winning days is 80% here. But with those big winning days, we also have big losing days too. And that's going to be the nature of the beast. If you're trading size, if you're active, you're going to have big winners and big losers. That's what he's doing. But overall, it's working out for him. And he's consistently profitable.
Very nice.
Yeah. Yeah.
Nice.
So shout out to Chad. Happy to be moving you up to the live account. Next trader, and this is definitely a shoulder tap card that I want to talk about. This is an area for education, learning, things to look out for. Let's talk about Raphael E.
Raphael.
All right.
Raphael. I like that name.
Raphael E is in an express funded account, or was up until this morning. These are the statistics for him. He traded really well in his trading combine. He passed the trading combine in only 2 days. He averaged $2,500, $2,250. He hit his profit target in the big account in 2 days, putting up I think 4,400 and some change, 4,500 and change each one of those days. Today was his second day trading in the express funded account, and this hurts me to see. Always hurts me to see when I see it. Is, you know, this trader, they lost 3,000 on their first day. They hit their daily loss limit. They lost another 1,500 today.
Damn.
Max loss limit after 2 trading days in the XFA. I'm talking about this not to put Raphael on blast, but to be just to bring visibility into this. This is something that we see every once in a while, and when I see it, it pains me to see, pains Brett to see. It's really hard to see someone pass our evaluation and then they get to where they want to be, the express funded account, where they can take payouts, and they come heavy out of the gates, which I heard Danny, well, you guys speaking with Danny and Michael about earlier. You know, it's Monday, not coming heavy out of the gates. This trader, I think it was a little overexcitement to get into the account. They did not manage their risk. They did not manage their downside well on the first day, and then they lost the remaining 1,500 that they had today, only on day 2. One thing you've heard me talk about, you'll hear me talk about, I'll never be done talking about it, is giving yourself, planning ahead with how many swings you can give yourself at the plate. Now, if I lose 3,000 out of 4,500 towards my max loss limit on day 1, I've lost 66% of my cushion, or the wiggle room that I have on my account.
Yeah.
That's crushing. It should be eye-opening. It should really be an eye-opener where you're saying, hey, like, gosh, I got to split up the next 1,500 that I have to work with. Am I going to risk that in one day? Not a good idea. That's what happened today, unfortunately. Am I going to split that up into 2 days and risk 750 today and then give myself another swing at the plate tomorrow? Worst case scenario. Or am I going to get more conservative because I just lost 2/3 of my account and say, you know, I can really only, maybe for the next couple days, I should only risk $350. And worst case scenario, if I lose $350, it's going to take me 4 losing days in a row to burn through that extra 1,500 in cushion. These are the things we need to be thinking about because, as we always say, live to trade another day.
Yeah.
Do you guys, I mean, we all talk trading. I'd love to hear your opinion or your suggestions for someone that finds themselves in the XFA, the account they want to be in, the account that they can take payouts in. What would your advice be to a trader like that who might be overly excited and in a position now where they need to really be thinking about their coming trading days? What would you guys say to someone like Raphael?
Well, I probably, Mick, I mean, he got the account in 2 days. You know, that can just be luck, right? I would probably have to look back at some of his numbers in the past. You know, if he has trade reports, you know, for a period of time, I could take a look and see, you know, is this somebody that just got lucky, or is this somebody that kind of brings consistency? But it kind of strikes me that if he's, you know, kind of just swinging for the fences, that's probably how he got the account to begin with. And I would suggest to him, you know, you need to you need to just find your path. You know, I mean, this is somebody that, again, that got the account in 2 days. If it was somebody that took 10 days, I would say, do what you did to get here. That's what's going to keep you moving forward in your account. But if, you know, somebody gets there in 2 days, it's like, you got to manage your risk. You can't take those big losses and lose the account in 2 days. You don't want to do that.
Right. You know, something like, you know, I used to tell traders, hey, you got to the promised land. All right. You're there. You've reached where you want to be. Now, the thing is, try to stay as long as you can. And once again, I'm going to flip to the smaller profits. You got to build that safety net. You got to build a foundation before you can start building that building. And if it's small profits and it takes you 2 weeks to get to a certain point, fine. But you're still at the funded level. Remember that. So you got to be careful.
Yeah, very well said, guys. You know, our program, the Trading Combine, you can pass in as little as 2 days. And I understand that if you're in the Combine, you want to pass. You want to get into that account where you can start taking payouts. You want to get pulled up to live. After you pass the Trading Combine, you know, if you're swinging for the fences to reach a profit target, I get it. That can help you pass the Combine. It might not help you be consistently profitable over time. When you get to these accounts where you can take payouts, that is the time to buckle down and get serious, get a little strict, and be conservative with your trading, especially early on. Start trading small, 1s, 2s, 3s, get comfortable for those first few days, because psychologically there's a big difference between an evaluation where you could, you know, you could slip up and something bad could happen, and you know the consequence might be doing it all over again. You can kind of bail yourself out there, but with the live account or an express funded account, you know, it's you should be thinking about staying in it and not falling back on, you know, another Trading Combine. So I think that's enough there.
Yeah.
Raphael, I'm rooting you on. I'm cheering for you. I hope you might be hearing some of this. Again, not trying to roast you, but these are things to think about, and other traders go through this, so I wanted to bring that up today. And then let's move on to Hugh from France. He's he's our shining star for the day.
All right.
So Hugh is in a live account. We pulled him up from his express funded. Today's day 2 in his live account. And like I said earlier, he's up 12 grand. When I was putting together my little notes on the trader, he had been up 7 grand earlier in the day. He had 13 contracts on. He was short NASDAQ, had given a little bit of that profits back. And then he closed things out up about 8,000, and then slapped the trade back on and caught that nice little downside move. And he had a great location for cover too, because it's, you know, we've since rallied a little bit, but he played the NASDAQ really well this morning around the 9 o'clock time frame.
Very nice.
That's awesome.
So long hold times.
Yeah.
On profits, right?
Long hold times on profits, yes. We see the high trade count from him sometimes when he's down money on the day. But yes, long hold times. This is how, you know, in my opinion, traders can really take some money out of the markets. If you don't even need to trade massive size, but if you're catching a piece of the trend for the day, as opposed to in and out scalping, I'm always hesitant to really favor the scalping. I think it's so difficult to predict the up and down gyrations, the price bar overlap we see on these candles all day on the shorter time frames. If you can get a good trade location and ride it out, you're going to be okay. You're going to have big winning days. If you can do that with size, you're going to have big winning days. So I know needs to cut losses sooner. His first day in the account, it was a $3,000 losing day. I would say, though, for someone who can put up 12 grand in a day, 3,000 is a lot of money to risk, but that's, you know, that's a quarter of what he can put up on a big winning day. So, you know, as far as risk reward on a daily basis there, it's 4 to 1. So
right.
As long as you're consistently putting up bigger days than those big losing days, and that's your average P&L on winning trades, or winning days, I should say, is greater than that of your average losing day, you can be in good shape. Hoag, you always talk about the math on your side, and what I'm seeing here so far in this live account for Hugh, math's on his side.
Good.
Awesome job today.
I mean, that's something we talk about a lot with traders. I mean, all the time, right, Mick? Is, you know, if your biggest winning day is $1,200, you don't have any business losing more than that in a day.
Yep.
Big time. Big time. And that is where you would have some serious conversations. If you are at a prop firm and you've got a risk manager who's, you know, down the office from you, next door from you, and they see that, they're going to be all over you on discussions about that kind of thing.
Mick, I like how you're sharing us the lessons to be learned from the people that are making money and losing money. And everybody, so they know, here in the world of trading, in the world at Topstep, there's more people that lose money than there are that make money, but we need to learn from both. And you can slow yourself down from the bleed if you're losing money. You can slow yourself down from like you can slow your count down. You have the control to do all those. And we're trying to share a bit of, sorry, I got into a short position just right about here that I'm now going to cover while I talk to you guys. I was right here, right now. So I do like the short side. So anybody who's looking at NASDAQ, I kind of like the shorts around here. But my mind's on that. But sharing the winners and the losers, you got to share that. We're not always going to share the winners on the side. We're not going to make trading look like it's the easiest thing in the world and look at all the people who are doing it. We're not selling hope here. We're selling try to sell as much reality as we can. And so I'm glad you brought these on.
Yeah, and thanks for saying that too, Michael. Just to reinforce it, I mean, I think learning from other people's mistakes or your own mistakes, that's preventative education. And if you can learn to prevent losses before they happen, learn from others' mistakes, you're going to be that much better off implementing your strategy in the markets. So I think it's a super important piece of trading. For me, learning from the mistakes that I made and not replicating them put me in a much better place than trying to seek out profitable strategies, mimicking what others were doing. There was a bit of that, but if you can protect your downside and learn and prevent certain things from occurring, that's going to put you in the best shape. And it's not easy to do because I've heard so many times traders say, I knew better. I know I shouldn't do this, and I did it anyways. I've said it before. There's a big difference between doing what you want to do and doing what you should do in trading. And doing what you should do consistently is going to put you in a far better place at the end of the month, at the end of the year, and you're going to be a lot happier.
Yeah. I agree.
And a lot less emotional.
A lot less emotional.
Off of YouTube, we got our friend Inner Circle Trader says 1/8 of max win day should be your largest risk, in his opinion.
Yeah. Hey, ICT, Cameron, your son's trading really well. I know he put in a payout request on Thursday night. They got a reply back to him on Friday. He should be getting his payout this week. We do have a deal pause going on right now. We took them off for the time being as we work things out. We've been using the same payout. Mick knows we've been using the same payout process for 13 years. We just started using Deal a little bit more because they have to know your customer. They have the contracts. They do the taxes. We started using them like 6 or 7 months ago. They've kind of changed their terms of services, so to speak, for a lot of the prop firms, as everybody knows. So Thursday night, I believe Cameron put that request in. So he will get his payout for sure. Just probably the old school way, ACH or wire.
Yep.
So I talked to you guys about that short that I was just liking up there. So I think some people took the short. I still like it. I should have kept it in, but I was talking to you, Mick, and I didn't want to be distracted watching that and watching this. So
it's hard.
Keep bringing people that fail. And I say that because we have to keep learning from the failures. And I never want to sell that this business is this easy business. And you see all these, a whole video made by these other companies about how much money they've paid out, millions and all. There are a lot of people that fail. And the reason why I started Topstep and the reason why I started the funding industry in general, Topstep was the first that did this, was to give people a shot because we knew the failure rate was so high. And I lost $30,000 trading accounts, real money. And like when I first started trading in the 2000s and all the way up to 2001, on my last account I blew out of. And you have to learn, but you also have to know that there's losses that happen in this space. And not just you losing, other people losing. And then to learn from those losses is a way of being a trader. It's a way of, we wanted at TopstepTV to talk about exactly what you just shared here. So thank you for bringing that.
Thank you. I'll keep bringing them. And before I hop off, I just want to mention, when we talk about failure here, we're talking about short-term failures because that's what they are. They're short-term failures. You learn from it, you don't replicate it, and then it's not a prolonged failure. It's, you can fail in little tiny ways. And as traders, we need to make those failures because they're going to happen throughout our careers, even as we have, good solid footing under ourselves. Like, we're going to have small failures along the way. That's okay. It's part of the business. We just need to move past those. recognize them and don't replicate them.
I
So with
prefer to
that-
call it not yet successful.
Exactly. Yeah.
I like that. That's softer.
Yes. Yes.
Guys, thanks so much for having me. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Thanks, Mick.
Crush it this week.
We'll
Thanks,
see you
Mick.
tomorrow, brother. Take care, man.
See ya.
Well, I still like this short, but it's kind of hanging out here a little bit too long. I saw No Code Dad. Did you get short 09s? 409s? 409
Yeah.
evens around there?
You know, Michael, I mean, you got value high here. You got value low here. You got point of control here. We're in the middle here. We're in no man's land, really. I mean, we're really range bound. The S&P is really range bound, very small ranges. I'm going to be extremely cheap and only look for opportunities on the extremes today. We talked this morning in opening call about the fact that we do have the FOMC meeting beginning tomorrow and the release on Wednesday. A lot of folks are just going to be positioning themselves or hedging to just take care of their risk for anything that might happen on Wednesday. I don't, said I'm not looking for anything big here today. So in the middle, I'm not really that interested. Although, that was kind of an interesting spot there. I mean, it ended up being good, but I'm going to be, if I do anything else today, I'm going to be really demanding of excellent trade location.
Well, you're watching the 30-minute, and you got the valley that starts to show up. Yeah, the very top of this 30-minute right now. When you look at your profile, I know it's pretty small, right there. Yeah, that area.
Yeah.
So
I mean, kind of the volume shoulder you got there.
Volume shoulder, thank you. Volume shoulder. It was pushing through the 50-period SMA. For me, it felt like there could be a snapback that would be possible, especially coming off that long wick that was the prior bar. So, I mean, technically, yeah, it's 10 handle or more. It was more because it was trading up at the 14s, and that's where I was looking at the shorts. I missed it. I was talking to you guys, but can't do all things. That's why I'm not a full-time trader. I can't.
It's hard, isn't it?
All right, guys, listen, we've got, once again, the meter is running, and we've got Dre just outside here in the green room. We'll have our intern bring him in just a few seconds. We're going to have Shop Talk with Andre. All right, Dre, welcome aboard, my friend. Happy Monday. How was your weekend?
Weekend was pretty relaxing. I've been dealing with these allergies and it's getting over a cough, trying to feel better. Then I watched the Bears game yesterday and just completely ruined everything. So I'm hanging in there.
The first drive was and then I think after that I turned on the Golden Girls or something.
What happened, man? It was looking so good.
I don't know.
It was looking so good for so short, and then back to reality with this team. So yeah, 0-2, and big game against the Chiefs on Sunday. So we know how that will go.
0-3.
Yep, 0-3, and then the season starts, and then we can get down to business.
There you go. Looking for that number one draft pick. So
we
anyway, Dre,
already
what's up
did
with
that.
the shop? What's up with the talk? What do you got?
We're talking shop. Well, it's another Monday, Fed Week Monday, like the title in the YouTube says. Hoag was just talking about it. We're 2-day FOMC meeting starts tomorrow. Super tight range today. I mean, even quieter than I thought it was going to be. I don't know how you guys trade. I mean, there's not a lot.
Michael had a good one this morning. He
did
got a nice chunk on a 6-lot that
6
pretty
lot.
much made its day. I'm down a little bit, but I'm really not aggressive, and because there's no real range,
Jack, you can flip over to my screen. Yes, 6-lot, Andre.
You just slinging someone like it.
That wasn't slinging. It was a
Fat finger.
Might have been an extra click. Might have been an extra. I have a 2-lot queued in, and but it went in my money. It went in my way so quickly that I took two of them off right away. I went 2 for 6. I went click.
I'm sure the logic and thought process going into it was right, but yeah, hey.
Oh, it was.
If you can carve up this market, if you can carve this up, you can carve up anything because. Like I said, we got the 2-day FOMC meeting beginning and all the talk. What I guess I wanted to bring up was an article in the Wall Street Journal I was reading this morning The catchphrase is soft landing. There it is. Thank you, Jack. Why soft landing could prove elusive. Odds of the Fed reducing inflation without a recession have improved, but hazards loom. And I found it very interesting because there are hazards, but I say last month it looked like we were going to soft land this sucker, and then we saw last week a couple hot readings of inflation. So first of all, I got a little trivia for you. I know that's a stat guy thing, but I thought this was kind of cool. So the term soft landing, do you guys have any idea where that comes from?
The moon. That's all.
Yeah.
Man, okay. I was hoping Patak. Yeah, well, you guys were around back then. Yes. They nailed it. Yes.
I was going to say the moon as well.
No, you weren't. No, okay. Excuse me. Good job, Hogan. Eddie, excellent job. Michael, you're just cheating off the desk next to you. Yes, the 1969 moon landing propelled this, quote, soft landing expression into the economic lingo in the early 1970s. The Nixon administration officials sought to conquer high inflation without triggering a severe downturn. Well, I'll be damned. 50 years later, we're trying to do the same thing. So
we don't learn.
Right? I know. It's almost like business cycles are cyclical. Go figure.
Go figure.
Right? So here are the 4 takeaways. 4 things that could threaten a soft landing as we speak. For instance, number 1, the Fed holds rates too high for too long. I'd like to get your guys' thoughts on this. I don't think that will be an issue, as we were kind of late to the party raising rates in the first place. So I don't think we're going to keep rates too high for too long, as the Fed will look to cut ASAP, right?
Well,
I don't know. What do you think?
It is an election year next year.
So what does that mean?
They're not going to want to keep rates real high. That's not going to help them.
It's a good way to look at it. I agree. But the Fed isn't supposed to be under political pressure. Wink, wink.
Wink, wink.
So, okay. I like that. Number 2, economic growth accelerates. Now, you think that'd be a good thing, right? Economic growth accelerating. But what would that lead to? Or what could that bleed into? Economic growth accelerating.
Good is bad and bad is good.
You got it. So that could lead to a little hotter inflation, higher productivity. Essentially, higher interest rates are supposed to slow down economic growth. So obviously, we'll have to keep an eye on the GDP readings, as the Fed will be, which will influence their decision making for their FOMC meetings moving forward. The third one is a financial crisis erupts. Well, I don't think that will be the case in the near term, as we just are coming out of one. That's kind of how we ended up in this inflation in the first place. So I don't see that being an issue. Now, number 4 kind of seems to be the theme of the last few weeks is energy prices continue to rise. And that's not going anywhere. Energy prices are going to continue to rise, as we know, with the production cuts from OPEC, Saudis, and Russia. And we're seeing where, in Danny's segment, So Crude, we're seeing where oil prices are. So I don't know. That's the big wild card in this whole thing. I'm sure the Fed's worried about it. Well, what say you?
Well, they've been kind of raising energy prices over the last 3 years on purpose.
You said
why are they going to change now?
No,
they've used a big portion of the Strategic Petroleum's reserve to try and keep it down. Now they're going to have to pay up to fill it up if they even choose to.
Correct.
I don't see a downside to energy right now, and with my luck, the market will eventually make a liar out of me, which I think would be a good thing for everybody. But
sure,
as far as energy is concerned, it's going to continue to be an issue.
Right. Crude's risen 30% over the past 3 months.
Come on, man. That's not by accident either.
No, well, like you said, Saudi Arabia, Russia, which could push the markets into a substantial deficit once we start to see this fourth quarter.
Yes, we can. So, it's a tricky little dance that the Fed's going to do. It looks like they have those first 3 issues kind of under control, but this one is out of their control. There's nothing they can do about oil prices, and they know that. The world knows that. So this is something we need to keep an eye on moving forward. I would be very surprised if Powell doesn't allude to this in his press conference. By the way, FOMC, last time I checked Fed Fund futures, it's 99% chance of a pause Wednesday. So that being said, by far and away the most important thing coming out of it is the Jerome Powell press conference. So we got to listen very closely to what he's saying, because I'm sure he's going to hint at what the Fed is going to be looking to do moving forward. Keep in mind the next Fed funds the FOMC meeting is not until November. So they're going to skip a month in October and reconvene in November. So there's a lot of data that come in from between Wednesday and the next FOMC meeting. So that's kind of what I'm keeping an eye on moving forward.
I think it's November 1st.
Is that what it is? Thank you.
Yes, it's
got
always
it right
6
here.
weeks.
No one. Yes, sir.
Yep.
So yeah, a lot of 6 weeks, a lot can happen. $100 oil. We're not too far from there, and
It's just a rally away.
We're right around the corner. So it's something to keep an eye on. Like I said, unchanged is expected for Wednesday, but come 6 weeks from now, I think a lot can change. We'll keep an eye on the GDP numbers, the inflation numbers, obviously oil numbers, and employment numbers. So,
yeah, and housing is also. We had mortgage rates are, at multi-year highs. We're starting to see, I think, a slowdown in the housing market. At least, we would hope so. A lot of folks, with the rates where they are and housing prices where they are, people are having a real hard time finding a place to live.
Yes, they are. I guess, but that was kind of the intention of these, increase. That's just what happens when you do raise these rates.
When you raise rates, right?
Well, it's kind of
not to mention that the U.S. has an exorbitant amount of debt that we are paying higher interest on as well.
That's a great point. Point. So,
but, is there a country in the world that isn't almost irreparably in debt?
The system would, John, that sounds too logical. That system would fail then.
Right.
No, you're 100% right. So there's,
keeps going.
We're looking at headwinds, and this is why it's very valuable that we can talk trading, we can talk markets, and we do, obviously, in detail and from a bird's eye view, but then also taking a step back and looking from a macro perspective. I kind of like to do that with talking shop. Let's look at from a macro position, and let's see where we're going, where we've been, and where we're at right now. So I think there are economic headwinds coming up. Obviously, I guess the theme of this segment is keep an eye on oil. Definitely tune into So Crude with Danny Hodgman. He's locked and loaded on these crude markets, and he's giving you great insight. And that's just going to bleed into everything else. So it's kind of the gist of what I wanted to talk about today. That's where we're at.
Well, it takes energy to do anything, doesn't it?
It sure does, man. We got to get off that energy, man. It's almost like that's how we could fix it.
We got winter coming up too, so you're going to have heating oil, you're going to have natural gas. I think the answer is we just need to get more.
Produce more. And this is not political by any means. Don't trade the politics. As we say, trade the economics.
Yeah.
I know that we were just froze some drilling permits up in Alaska, and that's going to lead to a cut in production. So that's just the reality of it. It doesn't matter who did it or why it's being done. Right. The reality is a lower production is going to raise prices. So that's where we're at.
Right. Yes. And of course, we're not trying to be political here.
It's not. No. It's just a matter of fact. As a matter of fact.
Yeah, we can. We have the energy if we choose to get it.
John, you said something too. We are getting out of these summer months, and this morning, I had to move my car street cleaning, and I put a jacket on, and then took a ride to Dunkin' Donuts real quick. But that's part of it too. Is the heating. A lot of us here in the Midwest, I know we turn our heat on pretty early in the season.
I'm back, Andre.
There's your pretty face.
Yeah, I don't know about that, but
you
turn the heat back on, Eddie. Turn the heat.
Yeah. Well, I got my little heater. Actually, last week, Friday, I had my little heater here on. Already a little bit already.
Yeah, your little heater on, huh?
My little heater.
Hey, Patrick, I'm looking at this. Patrick, I'm looking at it along as well. It's hanging out up here. I did like it from a short side. 70% of NASDAQ folks here at Topstep are long. 61% S&P are long. It's at the 415 even level, NASDAQ.
What do you think?
I like it. So let's keep an eye on it. I'm keeping an eye on it.
This is the same level as earlier, I want to say, or close to it.
Well, yeah.
Patrick's level 15,400 even.
Well, you got 15,420 right here, which is value high, which is where the market just traded to.
Yep.
I'm going to jump in on a one lot, 15 handle stop. So that means if I get stopped out, it's down at the hold line, holding the 4 evens. 15,400 evens is what I'm talking about. Yeah.
So it's
feel it kind of building a little bit right here.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So is this, are you playing the range then, Michael, essentially?
Well, I'm looking at what Patrick's looking at.
Okay. Damn, you carved it up this
This is
morning.
going to be a short one.
Blind squirrel, huh? Blind squirrel.
Blind squirrel gets a nut every now and then. Yeah. I had to make up the last week.
I'm kidding. You're a good trader.
I was telling people this morning, it's so hard to trade and do this and then go back to Topstep.
Dude,
we launched TraderBait today. Yeah, then we have deal stuff that's happening. You're like, okay, you're dealing with all this stuff. The industry's changing. How does all this kind of stuff fit in? And then you got, the biggest numbers we've ever had as far as folks joining Topstep. This new TopstepTV with you on it, it's just like, but then I absolutely love trading. We got a kick-ass team, 70, 80 plus employees they're doing kick-ass jobs. So I wanted to be on here, TopstepTV, with my trading buddies and you to talk shop.
Dude, it's so dope.
Right now.
It's so dope that the CEO of the best prop trading firm, is front facing. You have direct access to them, see the face. No one's hiding behind the curtains. I mean, you're seeing a trading code. You're seeing dude, where's it get more transparent or real? Keyword being real than this.
Well, we wanted to be like a real prop firm. You were at I'm not going to say the name of it, but one of the biggest prop firms, you can say it if you want to, in Chicago. And you knew how close the founders of the company were. They'd come out there, they talk to you shop, they talk shop. Their risk managers would be back in the office. Patrick, hopefully you're long on this one. I got out just because I'm going to miss another trade. That's totally fine. It was just a little one banger.
No, the transparency with the
100 traders coming out talking to you, and you guys had a big trading floor of traders. You guys would talk shop all the time. This is what this is really about. We're not marketers, man. We're not like a lot of these people that spun off and started these little mom and pop funding companies. They're in Topstep's program back in the day. I see their trade reports. I'm not going to share them, but they're miserable. And they were gunslingers. They were reset. Go start my own funding company. It's just so whatever. Topstep's been doing this since 2010. The industry's definitely changing right now. I think there's a whole big topic here that I'm waiting to see how it all unfolds. FX world came in and kind of muddied the water, so to speak. It's FX is get out of here. You're not even in the States. And if you're in the States, you're 50 to 1, not 200 to 1. All this CFD stuff. I mean, it's I'm sorry, guys. It's just that's how the regulations work here in the States. It's you can't do that. You can't go more than 50 to 1 on Forex, and you can't do CFDs. I don't care if it's sim or whatever. You just you got to stay away from that business. So you got all that muddy. And there's a lot of stuff happening, and that's my everyday. So this is my Serenity Now part of the day, is to be with you, and to be with John and Hoag and Eddie. Sorry, Eddie and Hoag jumped up, and the whole group. So
sounds like you got a lot. Sounds like you got a lot on your mind, dude.
I have a couple therapy sessions this afternoon. Every day that ends in a Y, I told my therapist, Dr. Sharon, just book it.
She's gladly.
Gladly.
All right, man. Well, keep trading well. This is gonna be a big week. Like I said, the 4 things. Just to recap. 4 things. Fed holds rates up for too long. Economic growth accelerates. Energy prices continue to rise, and a financial crisis erupts. Keep an eye on those energy prices. That's all eyes are watching that right now. That's going to bleed into inflation. That's going to bleed into policy decision making. So that's what I got for today. Let's do this again tomorrow.
Hey, I got a question.
Hit me.
No, I got a question before you go. You're not allowed to go until we say you got to go.
Oh, snap.
What do you think about FX? Have you ever traded for FX currency
Euro.
pairs?
Yes, the euro.
Oh, you traded. There you go. Thank you. You traded the FX futures contract, and you were a size. The whole firm was like what percent of the euro?
They told us 5%. I wonder how much it really was, though. But yeah.
And this guy's is futures. You can trade Forex products in futures. They're called the euro. It's called the euro.
60.
There's the yen. There's all that kind of stuff. So when you're talking about Forex trading, get with futures trading because you could trade currencies.
Exactly.
And then, you're trading you're trading with big institutions trade. You're trading with professionals trade. Your prop firm didn't say, "Hey, go trade spot currencies at XYZ for 3,000 to 1 leverage." Get out of here. It's like Joker shit.
No, that's
trade.
It's open 24 hours too, isn't it? Stuff like that. Like that's.
Yeah, but people would be like, "Oh, I love opening 24 hours a day."
I get it. They've been talking about keeping the futures market open for 24 hours. They've been hinting at it forever.
Right. All right.
It pretty much is. It's open 23.
I agree.
Yeah. Dre, appreciate you coming here and joining us, giving us your insight, which is mucho valuable.
Thank you.
You see who kicks you off? Eddie kicks you off the show. He's the master here.
Fine. I'll take it from him, not you, bro.
You must go now, Scarecrow.
Yeah.
All right. Later, guys.
Appreciate it, brother. Take care, man.
Hey, you guys see Patrick jumped in here and talked about getting long when we were trading around the 15.4 15s, and I go, I'm actually like that long too, and then it went down to 15.4 like 11 or 10. Mm-hmm. That would have been a great entry. I got in at 15.4 17, but then I got out right away to have this conversation. But now it's trading 31s. Mm-hmm. You guys, when Patrick came in here, there was really limited risk on that trade, so you could have taken a small cheap. What do you call them? Cheap trades.
Cheap trades.
Yeah. And here's your runner to the upside. Nice call, Patrick.
Good job, buddy. All right. I'm ready for some more numbers. I love numbers. Numbers. In just a few seconds, we're going to bring Robert on here for stat guy stuff. So hang tight.
James, throw Patrick's link in there so we can get people over to check out Patrick's stuff. Great.
Stat guy.
Is that really what I sound like? I know I got a high voice, but is it that bad?
It's not that
you robot, you're just a robot.
Exactly. Well, I hope everybody had a great weekend.
How was yours?
It was good. I'm helping a friend redo a house, so I was sanding plaster all weekend. And
oh, lovely.
Yeah, so nice. It's a little bit here, but yeah, it's the last room of the house, so we're good to go. It was fun.
Good.
So those white rings are on your nose are plaster, right?
Yes, for sure. Okay. But I did take it. Okay. Yeah. So earlier in the show, it's like you guys were looking at my cheat notes or something because Hoag talked about how the market was ranging and stuck in an area. Andre picked up on that also, and then MP started jumping in on the the Forex stuff or the futures pairs, and the irony being those are the two things I was going to show the stats on, which is it looks like everybody's on the same page back here. So way to go. Let's put up some of the community stats right now. We have a hot streak going on. It's a tie between the top three, Richard O, Rashad T, and Andre V. They're all on a 12-day winning streak. Now, some of these are longer. They're like some were, I believe, Andre is 16 days in, but there were days that he did not trade. So these are all actual trading day winning streaks, which is what is great. Yeah, they did super. And the Andre is a gentleman that Mick was talking about earlier. He was up 12K in his express funded account. The reason it shows 8 here is because he took a payout. So congratulations to everyone there. And this is 12, 12, 12, and 11 on the streak. There are no other 11s. Anybody else behind that is a 10 or less. So I wanted to make sure we highlighted these. Yeah.
Let's keep an eye on who's up today out of all these 4.
Oh, I don't know that off the top of my head. I can't get into it right there. So
Mark's knocking on the door there. It's pretty good.
I love
it's really good.
Yeah, I love you sharing hot streak, total profits. Yeah, so Andre?
Yeah, I would pronounce it Andre, and I apologize if it's not quite correct.
Yeah, Andrea, not Andre. He was just on here. 8,600. So what was the payout that they took?
Well, it was 12,000. They were up 12,000.
They took a $12,000 payout?
No, they were up 12,000. I'm pulling it up. I have it on the screen right here. They were 11,790. So they ended up taking the payout. Looks like it's 3,150 is the payout that they took.
There you go.
That's
Paying
nice,
yourself.
man.
Put money in your pocket. So let's watch these ones each day today. Let us know where they're at for the day, Robert, because this is important because we like W's here at Topstep. What are W's? Wins. What's the second best winning day next to a profitable day?
A scratch day.
Scratch day.
Yeah.
So for all those that are out there, we like W's. Just focus on W's. You don't have to focus on being the richest kid here. Nobody cares about that. Nobody cares about the rich kid on the block anyway. Yeah, so just put up W's. Put up W's. So that Robert's going to keep sharing these hot streaks. We're going to keep cheering Ricardo. Is that Ricardo?
The first one is Richard O.
Richard
O.
Ricardo. Hello, Ricardo.
Why don't I just merge things together?
Michael.
Yeah, what's up?
John Hoagland.
Is that Michelle? No, that's Michael Patak. All right, sorry, I screwed it up. We're cheering on these folks right here, these traders in the funded level, because hot streaks matter, and P&L doesn't always matter because you can make $50 in a day and you'll be a part of a hot streak. So you want to cheer on people that have got good hot streaks.
Absolutely,
Beautiful.
absolutely. Running things together like this.
You got some splaining to do.
Running those names together like those trades this morning, right? The click, the two lot. Oops, knock them out. So
yeah, that worked there. That worked there. It didn't work now. How about that?
Yeah, that's okay. All right, moving on. We are getting into some of the individual stats for individual traders. We have 2 that we pulled up. We're going to highlight now. As you can see, the Andrea, if it's correct pronunciation, the average winner was $198. So with that big winning streak, keeping it safe, right? Hoag's favorite win-loss ratio is the winning trade percentage is 70%, but the win-loss ratio was 2.6.
Good. Very nice.
Excellent. He is keeping his winners and losers right around the same time, holding for about 45, 50 minutes, as we can see there, with the average daily profit of $900. So that's super good. Now the thing about one more thing about Andre here, and this is what I was alluding to. He's trading the ultra bond market. So we noticed the ES has just been ranging. It's been in the 98-point range since September 4th, right?
Yep.
So that's all it is. The ES, the NQ, the same thing. It's just been pretty much ranging around. So he decided, I'm just going to jump into the bond market and cut some nice trends. That's how you get onto these numbers. 45-minute trades, $900 average daily profits. Excellent, super job.
It's great. I mean, I've never been able to get my head wrapped around trading the bonds. He's a smarter man than I.
Yeah, it moves different,
those,
right?
Rob, don't you?
Yeah, I touch them now and then. That's UB is the symbol. If anyone's interested, it's $31.25 per tick. And there's 10 ticks between each handle, each point. So it's a little bit different. They just tend to, once they find those levels, almost like crude oil, right? Once it gets into that level, you move around a bit, and once it kind of hits that level, it'll stay there for a while, and then once it starts to move, it's going to go for a while. It's just the way, you learn your instruments, you learn your market. And if NQ, which is my baby, is too crazy and too volatile, then I'll jump into something a little bit slower to manage risk better.
Awesome.
Want to make sure we get Brian a call out here too, because Brian has the average winner of 757, has not had a loser on his trades, which is really good. Now that's just to say that it's just 2 trades, but the kicker of this one is he's trading the British pound. Okay, the symbol on that is a 6B. So we had a UB for the Ultra Bond, and now we have a 6B for the British pound, and that's what you're talking about, the similarities between. Well, is it the GBP and the USD forex pair? Nope, it is the 6B futures currencies. The more common one, so people know, is the 6E, which is the euro. And this one here happens to be the British. Yeah. So it's nice. I thought it would be good to share these in here. 2 trades, held on to them for almost 2 hours. Did not have a losing trade. It just moved along pretty well, and they did good for themselves. So hopefully they keep it going.
And his name is Bryant.
His name is Bryant. Oh, I'm not going to live that.
Okay. Keep rolling. Keep rolling.
Keep rolling. All right, we got one. The stat for last week, where the number of funded traders that passed from the combine to funded was 1599. The week before that was 1198. So we were definitely overshot, which we knew because it was 4 days one week, and then we got 5 days the next, but we still made it more. Nice. Closing out with the weekly stats, because I wanted to take last week, the full week. There we have it. We are pretty dang close. That's that right-hand column, win-loss ratio. We're hovering around 2%.
I love that.
Yeah. That's the way to go. And these are the winning traders. So that should tell you something. If our winning traders, whether it's massive amounts of traders in the combine, a little less than the express funded, and of course we have our great live funded traders, they're all winners around that 2-to-1 ratio. It's just, that's got to tell you something. You remember last time we had our losers, they were like 3-to-1 the wrong direction.
Right.
So you take that with a grain of salt. Keep your risk managed. Get that ratio up there. Trade safe.
See, these guys are keeping the math on their sides.
Absolutely.
Beautiful thing.
Absolutely. We'll be sure to keep you updated on those hot streaks also.
Thank you, Robert. Appreciate
Thanks,
it.
Rob. What else you got, real quick?
That's it for me for that. Yeah. All the stats right there. That's it for me.
That is it. All right. Robert, thank you very much, brother.
Have a great day, everyone.
You too, man. Take care. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we've got top quiz coming up here in just a few minutes. We'll get yourself ready on that. But one of our new segments, Power Players. Power Players. We've got Isaac Suffren today, here from one of our partners and YouTuber, Isaac, on how he got started trading, what he's learned along the way. And what's really good is he's going to be sharing some tips to finding longevity in the markets as a professional level trader. So good stuff at 11. And don't forget, at high noon today with John Hoagland, we've got our group coaching. So don't go off anywhere. We got lots of good things here left. And if you like what you heard, if you like what you see, and if you like any of us, hit that and smash that like button, subscribe, and be part of the Top Step team /family/friends.
Eddie, I'm gonna call it a day on this. So far, 20, easily 25 handles since Patrick jumped on and talked about the 400 level holding up and be the line in the sand. Now it's 50 handles, 43 handles. Well, actually 30 something. But either way, low risk, low cheap trade, or high probability or low probability, whatever you want to call it. It's a cheap trade. That was a cheap trade, right, John?
Not really the way I look at him, but I know he's looking at a much shorter time frame. It may have looked a little different on that shorter time frame.
Yeah. All right, Kathy Carroll. Is that Kathy Carroll? The Kathy Carroll I know?
Huh.
If it is, that's
somebody wake her up.
Yeah, that's my exactly wake her up. Maybe the show's getting her sleepy, but if it is Kathy Carroll that I know, that is my professional development coach. That'd be awesome if she was on here, but I don't know what to say. All right, guys, I'm out of here.
All right, Michael.
We'll see you on your interview with Isaac. Looking forward to seeing it.
Yeah. Closing it up with two on the day, start of the week. I'm going to shut her down, and then I'll see you guys on here for Power Players with Isaac Suffren. really excited to both chat with him, with all you here, and then also meet him in person finally in Vegas for the Trader Meetup group down there.
Very nice.
I'm out. You guys have a good one.
Have a good one.
Thanks, Michael. Take care, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll throw this up here right now. Audio is still hot, gentlemen. I see some people in the YouTube saying, by the way, this is the Kahoot. You go to kahoot.it, put in that number, or use the link. If the link's not working, I mean, it seems to be working for a lot of people. If someone said something about, let me check this real quick.
Well, you can always use your phone with that square read, or just log in www.kahoot.it.
It should work through a browser. If you're on a phone or something like that, maybe I know there's an app too. I don't want you to have to download an app or anything like that, but
refresh your browser.
Yeah, refresh your browser. You can see the people coming in right now. It's definitely working for some of them.
Many.
So anyway, Eddie, we will leave this up for a few moments, and we'll probably start in a couple minutes as soon as I get set up back here.
Okay.
All right. Well, let's enjoy some smooth jazz in the background while we load up this quiz. We'll see you in a few.
All right, Jack. Take care. Bye-bye.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Top Quiz for Monday, September 18th. My name is Jack. I am joined today by Bonnie. How you doing, Bonnie?
Good. Happy Monday.
Yes, yes, yes. It is the happiest of Mondays indeed. I got home late last night, been scrambling to put these questions together this morning, but I think we got a good one. If this is your first time joining us, 8 questions. Answer them right, answer them fast. You get points for speed. Okay, what else? Oh, there's an 8-second delay between when I hit the button and when you see us on YouTube. So do not wait for us to discuss the question. When you see it appear on your screen, answer that bad boy. Bonnie and I will play along. Bonnie, you're a brave person for answering these questions in front of an audience, but you've done well so far.
My record is I got 3 right last time and 2 right the first time. So we'll see if I can do better today.
I have no doubt that you will. 3 or 4 is, that's doable. Oh, we got people rocking in here right now. We have Isaac Suffren coming on at 11. So I have to get this going pretty soon. Who's going to be in last? Jack? Is it myself playing? No. Oh, Joe Poos is back. Bonnie, I got to tell you about Joe Poos. That's his username. So that's the story. We got J-Rod, Kukas, Aim. Who's going to be the last person in? Because I'm going to end this pretty soon. Remember to look at your device and see when the question comes out. You ready to start, Bonnie?
Yes.
Okie dokie. Here. Who's in last? Radio Flyer. GG. Vladislav. All right, Vladislav. I'm clicking start right about now. And here we go. Welcome to the Kahoot Cop Quiz, Monday, 9/18. I got the date right. Let us go. Your first question. By word count, what is Shakespeare's longest play? Is it Richard III, Macbeth, Hamlet, or King Lear? Any ideas here, Bonnie?
No idea, but I will guess King Lear.
I assure you that it is one of these. In that case, it is Hamlet, our famous Danish princeling. Okay, that's one. That'll be one of the harder ones, Bonnie. I think that I started easing it out after that. Who knows how long their Hamlet is? Salustimo, Lamba the Unicorn. And you ready for question 2?
Yes.
Born ready. Here we go. Question number 2. What is the largest city in Europe by population that's within the city limits? So no metropolitan areas. Not that it would change it. Is it Paris, Istanbul, London, or Rome?
I feel like it would be between Paris or London. I'm going to go with London.
London is in the top 5. It's actually Istanbul. 15 million people. The second is Moscow, which I think they still consider part of Europe. Here we go. Who knows the cities of Europe and their populations? There we go. All right. Belligerent making an appearance again. Let me check the chats real quick. Make sure I'm not doing anything completely silly. All right. Hamlet and Istanbul for the win so far. Question 3. A group of which of these animals may be referred to as a thunder? Manatees, buffalo, hippos, or deer?
Would it be buffalo? Do they run fast?
They can run fast. Now, the answer is hippos. Now, I feel bad now is I just made up the buffalo one, but it does seem like a group of buffaloes should be called a thunder. So maybe we'll start a campaign to get that going. We will have the buffalo. All right. So many screens open. Oops, almost hit end stream there. That would have been fun. Making sure. Oh, the photo trick. I had to show a photo of something. My apologies. Don't know what else to say. All right. Belligerent, average trader. You're not average in my eyes. Tacoma 95. All right. Question number 4. Which country has won the most FIFA World Cups? Is it Germany, Brazil, France, or Italy?
I would think it's Brazil.
I can say it now. You are correct on that. It is indeed Brazil. Also, I want to throw out there, I remember now with these, is that somebody rightly pointed out that I had, living in America, I had a lot of American reference questions. So today I tried to do questions that were not about the United States. So they're international in some way. A lot of you got that one right. Germany has the second most, I think, along with maybe Italy. All right. Belligerent first, average traders. The person in fourth, I hope they don't win because I'm not going to pronounce it. Which of these planets is farthest away from the sun? Is it Neptune,
Oh my god.
Uranus, Saturn, or Jupiter?
Oh Oh my gosh, I have no idea.
Well, they took away our beloved Pluto. Then it used to be easy.
Jupiter?
Not quite. It is Neptune is the farthest away. Jupiter is the biggest. Yeah, planets. Let's see what people are doing here. Oh yeah, people answering too fast. Let's see what we got on the scoreboard. All right. These names are going to make me long for the days of Joe Poos. All right. Dan the Man, pick it up. Next question. What is the lowest place by elevation on planet Earth? Is it Death Valley, the Grand Canyon, the South Pole, or the Dead Sea?
Oh man.
The lowest place on land.
Death Valley?
Death Valley is very low. Oh, so low, but not as low as the Dead Sea.
What?
Yeah. Don't know what to tell you. But yeah, these questions are hard. Okay. Well, somebody knew all the info, but they weren't in. My apologies. Be in tomorrow when you may or may not know the info. Okay, 2 more questions with a flair here. Bonnie, I feel bad because you have other work to do, so you might not have been around for these, because I asked 1 or 2 about things that we've discussed today. So question 7, what is the name of the film that MP wants us all to watch for Friday? Is it Trading Places, Margin Call, Rogue Trader, or The Big Short?
Oh God. Would it be The Big Short? That's my favorite movie.
That's a good one. However, the film that he has asked us to watch and just assigned it in a very dictatorial fashion was Rogue Trader. So judging from here, it looks like a lot of people have been around for that. And then, well, let's see what the score is going into here. Oh, no, not this guy. All right. Last question. Let's see what we can do here. This last question is both a statement of fact, a history question, but something that Hoag mentioned earlier when he said, according to Hoag earlier in the episode, the modern futures industry began in Chicago in what year? Was it 1832, 1848, 1879, or 1912? Any thoughts, Bonnie?
Oh man. Don't listen to me, but I'm gonna guess 1879.
That is close. That was the year I got this screenshot from. The answer that Hoag said, it was 1848. And with that, Bonnie, thank you so much for playing. We'll go ahead and see the podium here. I know who I don't want to see win, but that's just the way it is. Podium in 3rd place, Ed. Congratulations, Ed. Mr. Ed. Number 2 is Dan the Man. And number 3 is this faggot guy. All right. Well, thank you, everybody, for playing.
You're not going to say the name.
No, it's just, like, I don't know if I got to say that on here. Someone else is welcome to. Y'all can see it. Not censoring them. I just don't need people taking a clip of me reading that. Anyway, Bonnie, thanks so much for playing. I will be sending you, well, not you. I'll be sending the winners an email. Right now, we're going to turn on some charts and music, and then I'm going to get Isaac in here to talk with MP, and we'll be back as soon as I set up this next shot. Here we go. See you later, guys.
Thank you. Bye.
got me thinking they're friends. 10 toes down, I'll be free until the end. Crib outside the city, I don't feel safe in my hands. Took so many years, I'm just waiting for the wins.
All right, guys, welcome. I got Isaac Suffren on here. It's very exciting. Welcome to Power Players. And when I talk about power players, of course, I'm bringing on Isaac because Isaac is one of those power players that we partner up with. Isaac, I want to have them get a bit of your background instead of me just going off a sheet of paper. I want to hear from you what your background is and a little bit about kind of Isaac Suffren and the road to trading that leads you to here right now. So excited to have you on, Power Players. You are a power player. Your community keeps growing. I like your Division I athlete. You know, I would like to say I was a Division I athlete too, but I was fourth string on Iowa State's wide receiver team, and Iowa State was the worst in the Big 12 during that time. So I think it would have like a D2. So tell me about your history, both going from whatever world to the trading world.
Yeah, sure. So first off, I grew up my whole life playing basketball. I mean, my mother, she's been a WNBA, NBA collegiate referee for the last 21 years. My uncles played, D1 basketball. My aunts, whether it was D1 track, D1. So I come from an athletic family. So growing up, that was me. And then, played college ball, Lafayette College, Howard University. But when I transferred from Lafayette to Howard was when COVID really started to hit its peak. Or I was in the midst of the transfer process, and then COVID started kind of becoming a thing. I think that was like February of 2020, March 2020. So I was pretty much, and during that time, so when I transferred from Lafayette, it was right after the first semester. So I was really home from December, January, February, because, just the way it works with transfers, I was just looking for a new school, right? So I was kind of in contact with a lot of different schools. I eventually committed to Howard University. But during that time, my schedule was like, I wake up 6 a.m., go to the gym, in between, and then after that, Instacart, Uber Eats, go back to the gym, Instacart, Uber Eats, then go back to the gym again. And that was just me up until COVID hit. Right. And when COVID hit, obviously there's no Instacart, there's no Uber Eats, there's none of that. So, and I've always been very, I guess, entrepreneurial. Even back before COVID, when Lafayette, I used to try to start up, whether it was e-commerce stores or whatever I could do to find myself, to make money. And then obviously with COVID, coming into play, hey, no more Instacart, no more Uber Eats. I was like, you know what? I need to find some way to make something, right? I need to, I have $150. I could either, spend this on NBA 2K, right? Which I was very close, or I could try to come out of this, with some sort of skill set. And I remember my uncle telling me, hey, Isaac, this is probably the only time in your life where, look, we're probably locked in for like the next three to 4 months. And this is the only time in your life where you have zero responsibility. So you might as well try to make the most of it. This is free time, literally. So I was like, wow, that's absolutely right. So let me try to do something. And then, I start up e-commerce again, but you need a little bit of money to start that. So I maxed out my credit card, which was like $400 at the time. So I didn't have that much money anyway. But I ended up having $150 left. And, me and my best friend, we split a $25 course, which got me into like stocks, right? And then, I was like, I remember making my first trade, and it was, what was it? It was Fitbit. It was back when like Fitbit was on the market. I think Google bought it in 2020, 2021, something like that. And I remember making like $1 some change. And I was like, yo, this is not going to work. I was like, this is not, because I bought the stock. But then, I came across options. So I started in the options world. And, I was able to take that 150 and grow it to over 50,000 in about a month and a half. Now, granted, it was complete luck, right? Nobody steps into the market, turns 150 into 50,000 because they know what they're doing. It was complete.
$150 you turned into 50 grand.
Yeah, in about a month.
I mean, really quickly in the trading world, on the trading floor, they said if you make money out of the gate really large, it's kind of like a bad thing for traders to do, because then go ahead.
Yeah, no, absolutely. You get like this false sense of success. You think it's success, but anybody who knows that, hey, like, dude, like, you got really lucky. I would like withdraw all of that. And the way I got it was actually super crazy. So I went from 150 to like maybe 400 to like 800. And then when I got around 2000, I was like, shit, let me go all in. And so I went 2000, my 2000 went to 7,000, 7 to 14, and then 14 all the way to 50. All I was doing, my strategy was, okay, let's buy Amazon calls at the end of the day and then just swing to the next day. But, it's 2020. So the feds are just pumping the market, and, we're just going crazy. Amazon's moving $30 every single day after hours. So that's pretty much how I made my first 50,000. And then as soon as I made it, I lost it all the next day. Right.
Okay. So, how'd you do that?
I wasn't familiar with the PDT rule.
Uh-huh.
So I thought I was on Robinhood at the time, just like everybody else who was brand new to the market. And I was in a play, then they say, hey, you can't sell yet because PDT rule. It was my first time being over 25,000. Because remember, I went from 14 all the way up to 50 in one day. So I was like, oh my gosh, I just can't sell. I mean, had I known now, I just would have sold it and then been fine. But I didn't know it, so I just watched it go all the way. And I was like, wow. And I went all the way back down to like 1,500. But, and a lot of people ask, how did you keep going after that? But for me, I was more focused on the fact that, hey, I did 150 to 50,000, not knowing anything. So what if I actually know what I'm doing next time?
God forbid.
Yeah. So that was kind of my mentality. And then eventually I actually came into futures. I want to say coming up on a year now, I've been in the futures space, and I like it a lot more than options because I'm a price action trader. So being able to just worry about price action and not worry about implied volatility, worry about the Greeks at all, just straight price
time
action.
decay.
Yeah. I know exactly what my profit target is, or I know what my potential loss is and my potential reward is, just based on my entry, which I like a lot more.
Man, it almost sounds like a bit of I started in stocks. I went to options. I started in stocks, and then I went to penny stocks because, of course, you take a little bit of a hit. You go into penny stocks because you're like, oh, I get more shares and it moves. All I need is $1 move, and I have 1,000. Whoa, that's a lot of money. So I did that. Blew out of that one. I went through three $30,000 like real money trading accounts in a 3-year period. And by the end of it, I'm like, man, why am I not trading futures? Like, I've been watching futures. I watched SPYs or the futures contract, and I would make my options plays. Then I blew out of options and all that kind of great stuff, and time decay. And like, man, I was right, but I was wrong. Like blah, 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 timing wise and all that kind of stuff. So then that was kind of my history. And then I found futures. You found futures much faster than I did. And I got to say, like, truthfully, I think out of all asset classes, futures has the power players, go figure, of the trading world, trading them. And I think futures, to me, is you don't have to have shortable shares, no pattern day trader rule, none of that kind of stuff. It's meant for traders to provide liquidity to come in here. It's real markets, no dark pools, real exchanges, CME, regulated stuff. All that's cool to see you on the future side. What do you trade futures wise?
I am ES and NQ. Because that's what I traded when I was in the options world. So I'm big on trading. I was never all over the place. Like when I was in options, I traded SPY, QQQ, and Tesla. Right, those are my three big players. So when I came over to futures, I was like, okay, I'll just trade ES and NQ. Right, keep it the same charts. I understand the movement already. It just really the only adjustment I had to make was when I first started trading NQ, I didn't realize how volatile it was and how fast it can move and how much money you can make with just a little bit, just a little size. I was like, okay, that was like my big adjustment. But other than that, it was a pretty smooth and easy transition.
What was the hardest part about the transition then, besides NASDAQ flying around? Because you weren't used to that flying around because you're options, and you don't see that flying around didn't really matter. But you were doing what, trip Qs?
Yeah.
Okay. Triple Qs, for all those that trade in the equity stock world, triple Qs moves. Does it move similar to the not options wise, but if you're looking at the chart on a triple Q ETF based upon the NASDAQ, Does it move like the NASDAQ futures?
NQ is much more volatile.
Okay.
Much more. QQQ, I mean, when you trade with options, I mean, it's when you trade QQQ versus SPY, you get a very similar feel. Only difference is it's really just two different, tickers. But NQ and ES, those are completely different in terms of how they move, how they feel when you're in the trade. I would say that was my biggest adjustment. I think it's much easier. Like anybody going from options to futures will have a much easier transition than people going from futures to options. Because when you go to futures to options, you got a whole bunch of other stuff you got to worry about. But now it's just simply price action. So I actually feel like I don't have to pay attention to so many other things. I can really just focus on just the price action.
And you say pay attention to so many other things. I've always learned, and on the trading floor was a big joke, options is where that you go play chess. Futures is where you play checkers. And they say that because there's less strategy when it comes to all the different ways to play options. And people do gravitate towards options because they say there's a bunch of buying power. But come to Topstep, you can get started and be at a 50K, trading to 5 lots for like $50 and get started there to get a feel. And you're getting a feel for trading with leverage, trading, being able to manage. I mean, 5-lot move in the NQ, just as well as I had a 6-lot on, and I was up $2,000 in like, I don't know, 60 seconds, so to speak. I kept it. I'm up two for the day today. I was down 2 for the day or 2 for the week last week, so I'm good with that Monday morning. Isaac, I like coming out of the gate going soft, and I came out of the gate going okay. But the point of the story is like futures trade's better than options. There's less to think about. You don't have time decay. You don't have strike prices. You don't have all that. What call do I get and all that kind of stuff. So I'm right there with you, and that's what I learned going from options to futures. Yeah, it would have been hard to go from futures to options. I agree with you on that.
No, absolutely. And I literally it didn't take me long to find prop firms, but I had no idea things like that even existed up until last year. And, I simply just typed in, hey, best prop firm for futures. And Topstep was like one of the first ones that popped up. So so that's why you guys were the first guys I ever tried. And I had no idea it existed. I was like, why don't more people do this? Like if I was a beginner trader, I always say, hey, whether you want to trade options, forex, futures, I don't care. I always recommend people start with a prop firm because, one of my biggest things, when I used to, I used to do one-on-ones back in the day. And, I used to hear people say, yeah, man, I lost this amount of money on Tesla today or whatever they were trading, thousands of dollars. And I'm like, you know what? You're learning very expensive lessons because you can learn the same lesson with a $99 100K account or 50K account. Same exact lesson, but you're learning it on a different account. Or you're learning it with less money. So it's not as expensive. So for me, I learned a $50,000 lesson, right?
I was just going to say, and way less paying for the tuition to the markets like you did.
No, absolutely. Absolutely. And then, there's a whole nother discipline that's required with prop firms because I feel like, from what I've seen, the successful people or the people who are still struggling to get funded are the people who try to go too fast because now they see the potential of it. Right. Oh, my gosh, I have access to, if I'm trading on a 100K account, I can get 300K in funding. And if I do this, I can make this much money. And they start kind of thinking that way. So that's one thing I've seen that's pretty common amongst just the people I work with. Like, hey, you can get funded in 2 days. That doesn't mean you have to get funded in 2 days.
Nor should you be pushing yourself so hard because the name of the game in trading is let the market come to you. If you're forcing things, yeah, sure, you might catch a streak of luck, but in the long run, forcing anything in the markets, you'll end up being the loser on the side of it. They're much bigger. They're going to go wherever they want to go, all that kind of good stuff. But yeah, you're right. So, all right, so you came from this euphoric run, brought you down to earth, found a prop, which I would say is that I lost 3 $30,000 trading accounts, 90 grand before I went to Chicago to then get with a prop firm that then put me on a simulator that then told me, show us you could trade and we'll flip the switch live. And I go to them, I'm like, I traded much bigger than this one lot. And they're like, there's a reason why you're here, kid, pretty much right after college. And that's when I found the importance of trading on sim, importance of like building a confidence in yourself and your strategy and the ebbs and flows of like adjusting both your psyche and your mind and your strategy to the market state. And you know how long that takes. I mean, it takes a while, and we're never done until we're done in this business. Mm-hmm. So to go through that world of getting yourself to the professional level, or let's say giving yourself to the D1 level, how do you correlate? How do you go from helping those athletes out there that because there's people here that are musicians, there's people that are athletes, there's people that are entrepreneurs that are here. They're traders, and we've surveyed this, so a majority of people are coming from I'm going to see it, own it, solve it, I'm going to do it type of mindset in the trading world. So how do you take your regiment and routine that you had in sports, and how do you bring that because you're carrying some of that into trading with you, right? On how you how do you just give me that how are those similar?
Oh, I mean they're similar in almost every single aspect. Because same thing in trade. Hey, I'm in basketball, right? We're hooping. Oh, I turned the ball over, right? You don't really have time. You sulk and you pout about the play. You're coming on the bench, right? I think traders have to have a really quick bounce back, right? In terms of just being able to, I guess, as a former athlete or current athlete, just not collegiate anymore. There's a certain level of work that you have to put in. I tell people this all the time and say, hey, if you're stepping into the trader space, you also have to understand that you have to be a different kind of person, because if the average person, if average people could trade, then I don't think trading would be what it is today. You have to be willing to, hey, like you have to lock in. Like, I don't care how much time you have during the day, right? You work a 9 to 5 or you're working overtime, but you say you want to be a trader, then you have to find the time to put the work in. If you're only on the screens when the market's open, then you're not on the screens enough, right? If you're not focusing if you only think about the market Monday through Friday, then you're not really serious about it, because there's so many different aspects of trading. And in this profession, the way I think about it is I think about, hey, I'm a D1 basketball player and I'm trying to go to the NBA because I know if I go to the NBA, I'll make millions of dollars. Yep. Right. It's the same thing in this situation where, hey, I know if I do my best to master the craft of trading, then millions are very possible. But there's a certain level of I call it having a longevity mindset that, hey, if you're not willing to do it for the next 5-10 years, then you probably shouldn't even start, because for the first couple years you won't see success. Right, you'll be frustrated. You'll be losing a bunch of money. You feel like you're not improving, right? But then, like for me, people ask, Isaac, when did it click? Like, I have no idea when it clicked for me. I just remember doing the same thing every single day for about 10 hours a day, 10, 12 hours a day, where I was just, hey, I woke up and trading was my identity. I didn't go outside, right? I was like, I'm not an outside guy anyway. I love to be in the house, so it was just easier for me. But I remember I was in Houston, Texas. And, I would be in the house like 2 weeks at a time. Uber Eats, there was a gym upstairs, and that was just me. And I think as a former athlete, you can kind of relate to the tunnel vision that athletes kind of have when they, hey, yo, I'm trying to start next year. I'm trying to average this many points or this many receptions in your case next year, right? And there's a certain level of focus that you have, and you're okay having it and excluding everything else until you get it.
Yeah, and in my case, it was like, how do I go from 4th string to starting? So, but I mean, it's all the same. I had a regimen, I had a routine. I knew that, and just as well as I do as an athlete or anybody that's a professional that's got it in life, professional consistency, delayed gratification. You do not get it now. You do not get it now. What you're working on body-wise, bringing your stats up, or your speed 40 down, and things like that. Even if you do a couple things today and you're like, I feel really good, it takes you doing those over and over and over again, and then tweaking them, and then also pushing yourself outside your comfort zone. It's taking taking injuries and rolling with them. This can all be rolled into trading. And we always use the baseball analogy quite a bit, because base hits win ball games. You want to get on base to get your confidence going. Sometimes, baseball, you got cold streaks and hot streaks, hitters wise, and all that kind of stuff. So we use sports analogy. We've been using this forever. And if you look at our website, it looks very sporty. I think and I'm going to ask you a question. Do you think we're athletes of the marketplace? Because that's pretty much what I've always said. I'm going to go into the markets, and I'm going to be an athlete there, and I'm going to have a routine, and I'm going to have put myself in check. And I know that I'm not going to make pro ball the first year, and I know I'm going to have to put 10,000 hours into this. But hell, if I'm hell bent on doing this, just like I was going from high school to college, and I was never, I was high school good, not college good. But I saw the athletes that were college good, and then you can only imagine the athletes that are professional level, and the amount of time, effort, attention, awareness, self-awareness of their own like feelings, and also what their body's telling them. You have to have all that to be at that level, and even to play at that level. I'm keep going on my rant. There's only a small percentage of those folks that can stay at that level. Mm-hmm. Trading, same thing. Trading, in my opinion, is the same way. So you can go through these hot streaks. You can catch a good amount of money. You got to pull that money out and park it, because that. And now I'm going to go on a whole different. But what do you think about the athletes of the marketplace as traders?
No, absolutely. Absolutely. I was actually, when I was in college, I was able to speak to somebody. And at this point, I wasn't even interested in the finance world back when this story takes place. But I remember speaking with somebody who worked on Wall Street. And the only thing I knew about Wall Street was the Wolf of Wall Street movie. Like, that's the only thing I knew about it.
Oh, that's a horrible movie to know.
That was peak education for me when it came to finance. But I remember them saying, like, yeah, you know what? We actually come to your school. It was like a career day thing. We come to your school to recruit. And when we recruit, we only look at the athletic teams. We only want to recruit people who are athletes. Now, this doesn't say everybody on Wall Street's an athlete, but they were saying that to say, because the same qualities are that athletes have, we need in the finance world. We need the competitiveness. We need the willingness to, hey, I'm going to get this done no matter what. So I think 100% athletes of the marketplace. I think it's 100% accurate and true for real.
They used to. I'm glad, because. You could take this musicians to be a professional musician. Just get up there with a guitar, and the next thing you know, you're lead. You're Axl Rose. Or not Axl Rose, Slash or whatever, Guns N' Roses. But the point of the story is, it takes work. It takes hard drive to keep pushing yourself, even when adversity hits you. And this is just like sports. This is just like entrepreneurs. When you start a business, when I started Topstep, it took me like a shit ton to get like that out there, while also trying to speak to other traders, because I knew the trading world. It's like trying to start a Michael Jordan's basketball camp, and Isaac, you know basketball. You're like, I know I can relate to these athletes. I know I can help develop them into professional level type athletes, and that's really if you're an entrepreneur starting any kind of company, you're going to reach that. And you get business plan starts with the same business plan. It doesn't change. No trading plan like you have or I have has started and never adapted. So the game is I used to call it traversing the Nile. I don't know why I call it traversing the Nile. Like going up the stream, all that kind of stuff. And it's never going to be easy, but you got to keep jabbing away. And I think that's what trading does to you. It is a love-hate business, wouldn't you say, in a way? Yeah.
Oh, I mean, I think you really haven't experienced what trading is in its entirety until you decided to quit at least 15, 20, 30 times.
30 times, 40 times. I mean,
there have been so many days where I'm like, you know what? Maybe this isn't for me. And I think there's a lot of traders that I know, like I'm really good friends with traders who I think are the best in the space, who literally have $1 million days, who have like, yeah, man, at one point I didn't want to keep doing this. But also, you look at those guys, hey, they've been trading for 7, 8, 9, 10, 15 years, right? So they've always been playing the long game. And I think, this is a problem with social media as well. But, people see so much success all the time. And they don't realize that a lot of these guys, they've been at it for years, right? So even, when you were starting up Topstep, right? It wasn't just, hey, prop firm here, everybody come get funded, right? It was probably a huge pain over the course of years trying to master the space. Just like anything, like entrepreneurs, musicians, right? You want to be the best doctor, you want to be the best lawyer. All those people have qualities that fit right into trading. It's just a different industry.
And they all took a while to get to where they wanted to be. And some of them probably, you go to doctor, you go to lawyer, just go to that profession really quick. Some of them thought I'm going to be the best damn lawyer in the city of Chicago. That's hard to do. Even if you're aspiring, I want to make this amount of money. That's hard to do. But if you bring yourself down to like some like lower your expectations and like increase the standards of which you like go about getting there, man, you could hit that. Lower your expectations. I want to be $1 million a year trader. I want to be $1 million a day trader. I mean, these are massive like undertakings, and it's basically saying I want to start quarterback in the NFL on Monday Night Football.
But what I love about trading is that everybody starts off, in the same place when it comes to no education. Now, some have.
What's a bid? What's a bid? What's an offer? You don't. All of us, me, you, everybody started on, whether it's talking to your dad or your uncle or just reading like, what is a bid? What is it? And that's the first part about the markets is you got buyers and sellers. Okay,
No, absolutely. And the fact is, like, because everybody starts off with no information. When I see people who have massive success in the market, then it's like, hey, look, whether this dude had mentorship, whether this dude had help growing up, or whether he just kind of was self-educated along the way, he got to this point knowing nothing as well.
Yep.
Right. So if I can just commit myself to the long game, then eventually I will get to a place where I will see the success I want to see. But I'm a sole believer that, number one, if you aren't committed to, hey, this is a multi-year plan, right? Don't come ask me, hey, Isaac, can I make, can I turn $100 into $5,000 in 15 days? Like, I'm just going to say, maybe this isn't for you, right? You want, quick cash, like go to casino real quick or do something else. But anybody in this space, depending on because some people don't want to be, some people just want steady income, right? Whatever that is going to take a certain level of skill. But if you have just that multi-year mindset, it's almost, and self-awareness as well, like you were saying, because that's, in my opinion, that's the biggest part. Trading tells you exactly who you are, right? Trading will tell you if you're undisciplined. It'll tell you if you're impatient. It'll tell you all those things.
It'll tell you that we always call it looking at the man in the mirror. If you want to look at the man in the mirror, trade and then look at your stats. This is your trade reports at Topstep. I got kicked ass today. Well, I mean, today was today, but how have you done on your average? So you don't have to, like, they call it average, like your batting average. They call it like your free throw average, like all that, because it's not just one, it's over time. And then that starts to give that pattern of like, oh, Isaac, he has this and this and this. Those are his strengths. Okay, cool. Now, if you're getting recruited that way, or if you're getting recruited onto Topstep's funded account, you're with your own mindset. And how do I find out my strengths? Looking at my stats, because my stats are me as a player out there putting up these type of my average winner's this, my average loser's this. I hold them for this amount of time. I have, after 6 consecutive losers in a row, that's my worst days. Those are my worst. Okay, maybe after 6 consecutive losers in a row, I take a break. Then you got to change your, you got to learn from everything you're doing. And I think that's a great thing that coming from the athletic background to trading, it helps you understand and stay growth-minded or open-minded, so you're always improving.
No, absolutely. I mean, yeah, and trading is tough, right? It's and to me, I think maybe this is the athlete part as well. You look at the best in the world, in my, like, let's say LeBron James. I think he's the best player to ever play, right? And when you look at guys like that, you look at guys like Stephen Curry, right? Steph is the greatest shooter of all time in the NBA. But when you look at Steph's work ethic, he is always trying to get better, right? So for me, I approach the same thing in trading. Hey, no matter, like, even the quick success, like you say, hey, I might have done really good last week, or I might have done really good this week, right? I'm always trying to get better and better and better. Because if I wanted to, now I feel like, yeah, and I'm pretty sure you can agree with this as well. I think we can all get to a point where, hey, we're making consistent income, like $200 a day. That's very solid. That's more than most people make in America.
It's $1,000 a week. If you want to go day, remember this average. He said $200 a day average. You're gonna have winners and losers. But if your average is $200 a day, that's $50,000 a year. I mean, that's a good side income stream. And I wouldn't give away your main income stream and give that up quite yet. I would get that so you have consistent 50,000. Your next year's 100. Your next year's 100. And you're like, man, I really don't need this second job anymore, or my primary job, because trading became my primary job. That's still a long route, but like that's what $200 a day. You could make that attainable.
Oh yeah, 100%. Well, I mean, especially with the funded accounts, like being able to have 3 of them, and possibly with Topstep, I believe having the best set of rules out there. I mean, 100%. That's $200 a day on one account, right? Let's triple it now. Now you're getting 600. I believe it's a cheat code in my opinion.
Yeah. So cheat code. Is there a cheat code going from, hey, I know nothing. I'm an athlete. I'm a musician. I'm in law school. To getting to become a trader, trading futures consistently profitable. Is there a cheat code there?
I say yes. It may not be what you think I'm going to say though. I say 100% there is a cheat code, right? So what I did, I learned myself, right? I lost salaries learning, like literally. Like my first month, I lost 50,000, right? That wasn't my only big loss, right? I made a lot of money, right? I made easily well over 6 figures, but then I lost also a lot of money as well. And the reason I lost it wasn't ability. That was never my problem, and I don't think it's most people's problems. But my problem was ignorance, lack of information, right? So the cheat code, I would say 100%. If I were to go back to day one right now, the first thing I would do was save up enough money for a mentorship. That is the cheat code.
Oh, I like where we're going here. Okay, cool. I'm writing it down.
100%. Being able to talk to somebody who has been there, done that, can tell you, hey, you know what? Some of the lessons that cost me thousands of dollars, 2,000, 10,000, 15,000, right? In my first month, 50,000, right? A mentor that I paid maybe 5,000, 6,000 could have just said, hey, do this, don't do that. And here's why you don't want to do that. Right. And so I would have been able to squeeze maybe a year's worth of trial and error into about maybe a couple weeks.
There you go.
Right. So that is the cheat code. But here's the problem, MP, is that most people see the immediate low barrier to entry upside with trading, that they will go into the space because it's so easy just to start, try to do it themselves, lose money, and then seek mentorship.
Yeah.
Right. You know,
it's almost like whatever. Just throw me the ball. You know.
Yeah. Literally, that's exactly what it is. So if I were to go back today, right, and look, I don't get people who kind of like talk bad upon courses or whatever. Dude, I would buy courses. I would get mentorships, right? Because I know I'm just saving myself time and money. Because that's really what it is, right? Can you do it without it? Yes, I did it without it. But I also wasted a lot of time and I wasted a lot of money. I'd have been where I am today probably 2 years ago had I just sought mentorship in the beginning. That's the cheat code.
2 questions. First one is, do you have a mentor, and are you okay sharing that, or just do you have a mentor?
Yeah, so I never really had a mentor. No. But I guess through my success in the market,
that's where your shortcut would be. Okay.
Yeah, I was able to get connected with people who are way better than I am. Like, for example, I have a really good friend. His name's Andrew. He's the stock market wolf. He's in the option space, and I actually taught him options before I moved on to futures. I kind of showed him the ropes of options, but he was already a multi-million-dollar trader. So I'm not taking credit for that. No. But, just being able to talk to him, he's been trading for about 13, 14, 15 years. Like he started trading when I was in 4th grade. Right. So he's been trading for a while now. He's like 30. He's 33 years old. And being able to see guys like that. One guy, like I really like Umar Ashraf. Right. He's super solid as well. Just in the space.
Well, what's his handle or whatever? I know Stock Market Wolf is going to be at your event, but we'll talk about that in a second. But who's this other one you're talking about?
Umar Ashraf, I believe he just moved to Dubai. I think he's around 29 years old. He's been trading for about 8 years. Okay. He's super solid as well. And that's important too. If you don't have money to afford a mentorship or afford courses, right? There's a few people in the industry. Like I don't follow traders because I believe that too many opinions are just too much for me. I don't want to see what everybody's doing all the time because then I start looking at everybody else's graphs instead of my own. I'd rather just focus right here. But there are a few people who I really respect in the industry. Who I believe give really good information. So if you can't afford a mentorship, find guys like that, and I promise you, it will help your trading journey a lot.
All right, so this is my next question. Then, do you consider yourself a mentor? You're a YouTuber. You're an influencer. This is legit shit. You are, and you have a community. They listen to you. You say these things. To me, that's how I found my mentor. My mentor was right next to me in the trading pit. And when I'd be trading poorly, I'd put my hands up and be like, 80 bid. and he'd hit me in the ribs. He's like, what the hell are you doing? He played football before trading, and he was 10 years older than I was a younger. And he's like, what are you doing? I'm like, I'm getting long. He's like, you're trading like shit. Get the hell out of here. And he knew if I was trading, he didn't know the P&L, but do you consider yourself a mentor? You're leading people. They listen to you. What's your answer there?
Yeah, so I definitely do. And you know what, I say this to some of the people I'm fortunate enough to coach, is that one of the best things I believe makes me a solid mentor is the fact that I kind of learned on my own. I did. And because of that, you know, I've been through every single situation that's possible in the market. I mean, even the last 3 years, we've been through 3 different market cycles. If we were super bullish, super bearish, super choppy, ranging. I mean, we've been all over the place. But in terms of psychology, in terms of strategy, in terms of approach, mental approach, all that stuff, I probably went through every single one possible. And so there's really not many situations that I am not familiar with, which I believe gives me an edge when it comes to being able to relate to people. You know, and I let people know, hey, I'm not, you know, you may be learning from me, but I'm not any better than you are. I was doing Instacart or Uber Eats. Like this is not like some miracle. It's not rocket science, but there is a certain level of focus and approach you have to be great at it. And we're seeing a lot of success, which is really cool.
All right, so there's one shortcut, cheat sheet, or I always hate when in this industry and they're like, oh, this is the secrets of trading. But I have that one, like, if you want to be cheesy and be marketing, yeah, that was like one that is actually have a mentor. That's like that's a secret tip that nobody knows. So what's the other one? Do you have any other ones? You with somebody, I call them trading buddies now. And it sounds like you have yours that you shoot the breeze with or that you look up to or whatever. Trading buddies to me is both mentor and if you get to be able to chat with them. But if they're taking courses from them and you only get them a certain amount of time, maybe they're not a trading buddy, they're a mentor. But if you're actually engaging with them more often, that to me is having a trading buddy. So my big other cheat sheet is get a trading buddy. But go ahead.
For sure. I mean, other than what I said, the mentors and the coaching, I would simply say the next best thing is to simply be willing to put in the time, right? Because in this industry, there's really no, we call it a shortcut or a secret because I believe it is in terms of time, but but it's still work, right? Trading does not get easier. You just get a whole lot better. Your mental approach changes a lot.
Hold on. So trading doesn't get easier. You just get better. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. I don't believe trading gets easier. I believe you just get better. And depending on your perspective, you may say, "Oh, well, you're just really good." Like, nah, but I've gotten a lot better. The market didn't change because, I'm saying in the same market, somebody's making millions. There's also somebody losing millions. Yeah. So
I mean, the game of NBA didn't get easier. The game of NFL didn't get easier, but the players are getting better. Yeah. And that brings the whole game up. So I love the analogies. I can keep talking this sports all the time with you. So, okay, where are you trying to take your career? Like, is your career going to be like, okay, really quick? I say this because I took my career from a blown out trader, lost $30,000 trading accounts, kid from Nebraska, knew nothing about trading. We kept putting my money in stocks and options, blowing it. Went to Chicago, got a job at a prop firm, learned on a simulator, started trading my own money. After 2008, 2009, I've been trading for like 5 years. Incredible, mid six figure guy. And then I'm like, okay, paid off my account. I have no debts. I'm like, I'm going to find other traders that are as good as me, if not better, and all that kind of stuff. So I kind of transitioned that. And while I was transitioning that, I already parked a lot of my money that I made into real estate. Because I knew also that trading was extremely difficult to stay in that sweet spot of just kicking ass, of consistently putting out money. I'm going to have kids later. I'm going to have distractions later. I'm going to have stresses later. When you have all those, they're harder and harder as a trader to keep staying consistent and profitable. So I knew I had this good window of opportunity. I was an entrepreneur too at the same time. So I'm like, I'm going to create a prop firm, help people learn how to trade, at the same time find my Michael Jordan of trading, so then I'm making money when they're making money and all that kind of good stuff. So that was my move. And I knew trading wasn't going to be my main source of income my entire life. What is your trajectory here? You're newer in the game than I started in 1998. and trading has been my life as I know it. It's paid for things. I'm a professional trader because I would not have been able to get the things that I have because I didn't have any other income except except trading. What is your trajectory and where do you want to go now that you're a trader leading people and you're passionate about it?
Yeah, man. So number one, I want to continue to excel in the trading space personally. Right. I think, I want to get to a point where like if I could be content right now, but I want to be a multi-million dollar trader. Like that's my thing. That's really where I want to get to. At the same time, in the education space, I do want to continue to excel in the education space as well. And really helping people that really want the help. And honestly, the results we're getting is absolutely amazing. And I want to continue to excel there. But also trading is a tool, like you said. Eventually, I love the I guess it's just competitive side. I mean, I love business, and I believe business is competitive, whether it's with other businesses or just within yourself, you against yourself trying to grow. Eventually I want to be able to get into like something like private equity, business acquisitions and things like that. That's more of my longer term play, what I'm interested in. My wife, she's big in real estate, so definitely continuing to invest in her and allow her to continue to do her thing. But that's where I see like the next, I don't think anywhere within 5 years. So I'm thinking like 6 to 10 that's where I want to be.
I like that trajectory because you didn't put pressure on yourself at all. 6 to 10 is totally like you're doing something you love already, but you should be thinking about how that sets you up in the longer run. Because imagine, just like in sports, you could tear an ACL injury, you're out. Did you prepare yourself if you ever get out of trading? There could be a point where like your primary income somewhere else is better than it is trading. Do I still want to rack my brain? I got 2 kids and I got a wife and we like to travel now and all that kind of like your lifestyle may change, your priorities may change and all that kind of stuff. So I love where your head's at. I'll do the PE deals and the real estate deals with you because these are things that I've always. So the point I'm saying is my wife does our real estate as well.
Oh, okay.
I park things there, and she does luxury rentals. And she's like, Michael, and I'm like, I'm investing in you. You find them and you decorate them, and then you keep them booked consistently. So that's where I started parking that, like back in like 2009, 2010, and it just kept growing. The PE stuff's another thing that someday I like betting on other people. Honestly, I started Topstep to find the Michael Jordan of trading. Now, the Michael Jordan of trading is kind of hard to find, but you find a lot of really good traders, and then you find a lot of traders that need a lot of help. So, that's kind of the mission that I've always here is try to help turn people who trade into better traders with healthier habits and all that kind of good stuff. And then working with you also have a community. So I like your trajectory. Little pressure you put on yourself because you said 6 to 10 years. You didn't say next year, because that's more pressure on it. So
I mean, in 6 years, I'll still be in my 20s, so I'm good.
Yeah. Well, you're talking about a 44-year-old guy here, so I kind of my risk appetite starting to get a little bit smaller back in the day.
Sure.
All right. Is there anything you want to leave us with besides the fact that we have at the very top of the channel a link to your YouTube? You're on. Tell us a bit about your YouTube. What can people get from your is it daily? Is it just courses? What's the Isaac Suffren brand all about?
Yeah, so it's pretty much when it comes to just you want to get into trading, you want to, whether it's, kind of find yourself as a trader in terms of strategy. That's really what all my YouTube is about right now. Trade breakdowns, beginner trader stuff, whether you're options, futures, what I would do differently had I were, if I were to start over. Just try to bring as much value as possible. Anything you would find in a course, I would say, is just there on YouTube for the taking.
Well, awesome. I love your brand. I love when I say brand, I love how you position. I mean, Topstep has a brand. You like try to position yourself in like, here's what I'm here to do. Here's what you're gonna get. Here's Topstep. Here's Michael Patak. Here's Isaac. So love what you're doing. Love how it's growing. Love being partners with you on this. And I'm excited to meet you up. And tell me a little bit about the meetup. I already think it's like we're overloaded because I think the room only handles like a couple hundred from what I heard, and we have more people. But what's going on and when is it?
Yeah, so September 30th, 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. We're hosting an event sponsored by the one and only Topstep. It's going to be super awesome. I'm going to be there. Danny from Traders Evolve, he's super big in the future space as well. Obviously, we have MP, Topstep CEO is going to be there. Andrew Stock Market Wolf. It's going to be really dope, really cool, and it's going to be a great place to not only talk to other really great traders, but to network. I think it's very rare to. I mean, we have the CEO of Topstep coming out. I don't think
you also have the COO of Topstep. So Mac is coming. Yeah. Mac has been a trader for. Well, he'll give you his whole background, but he's here running operations at Topstep. Him and I will be down there. We're going to be joining you guys. And some of the other folks that I have not met, Stock Market Wolf?
Yes.
Yeah, he's a cool cat. I watched some of his Instagram over the weekend. I wasn't supposed to be on my phone per my wife, but I was. But I'm excited about Danny Trades. Was that another one?
Yeah, Danny from Traders Evolve. Yeah, he's 22 years old, killer in the futures market. Killer.
Yeah. So if we do have the link, let's throw it in here to register. And Isaac, if we don't have that readily available, toss it over to somebody on our team, or maybe who's ever listening has it. But man, I appreciate you coming on. I'm excited. What is it? Open bar drinks, or do we know? I don't know.
Yeah. So it's going to be drinks will be there. You have a drink ticket. And it's going to be, like I said, a super dope opportunity to network, connect, and obviously, I think it's really dope that you're going to be there as well, and being able to connect with people as well.
Well, you're in Vegas, so it's kind of like two birds with one stone too. So
I know, right? You're in Vegas, so that can't get much better.
And we'll get like name tags, so then like who the person is, what they're trading, so you can walk up and say, "Hey, John, I see you trading assets. I trade," and then hopefully you meet a trading buddy. Hopefully you talk shop. Hopefully you have this conversation that we have, and hopefully we can all meet. So when I say all meet, everybody there can meet each other. But Isaac, I'm looking forward to meeting you in person, and that's coming up here. So I'll be there, drink in hand, and cheersing you on being a partner with Topstep, and actually more so leading traders that are curious about becoming better, aspiring about curious about how they can become better, and aspiring traders in general that are passionate. You're leading a big community like that. So anybody check out his link, go over there and subscribe and smash his like button too.
I appreciate it, man.
Isaac, you have a great one. Trade him up this week.
Have a good one, everybody.
Take care.
Hello, everybody, and hope you're enjoying the smooth jazz in the background. We ended a few minutes early, so stick around for group coaching at noon with John Hoagland. He'll take your questions, find your mentor. We'll see you in a few minutes there.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to group coaching. Whoops, hang on a second here. Make sure everything is running good. All right, we are set. Welcome. It is time for group coaching. We do this almost every day now. We started doing it in Zoom meetings. We're now doing it on YouTube. We hope that you are going to enjoy it, get some good information, and I hope that you enjoyed the interview with Isaac. I know I did. I thought it was a very good interview, and we are going to be just taking a look at the questions that you guys have emailed. And if you do have questions that you want to make sure get addressed, email them to groupcoaching@topstep.com. Those are the questions we're going to answer first. This is our first kind of foray into that email. There's a lot of good questions, and it's going to be hopefully a lot of fun as well. If you're wondering who I am, my name is John Hoagland. I'm a senior performance coach here at Topstep. I've got 40 years of industry experience, more like 31 years as an active survivor of the futures markets, traded on the floor of the Mercantile Exchange for a couple of decades, and then moved to screen trading in 2009 and joined up with Topstep in 2011. And it's been my pleasure to have the opportunity to talk to traders, thousands of them from all over the world. I do not claim to be any kind of guru. I just have lots of experience, and my experience in trading psychology, not a psychologist, would never claim to be one. But I've had the opportunity to work with several in my tenure here in futures. So I will give you my experience as it may relate to yours if we do get into some psychological questions, and we always seem to. They're very important to know yourself as a futures trader, because the futures markets are going to find your weaknesses, and they are going to exploit them if you let it. This is the CFTC disclaimer. Everything we discuss today is for educational purposes only. We're not going to be discussing the purchase or sale of any particular product at this time. Just be reminded that there is considerable risk in trading futures. These are leveraged products. You should only be risking risk capital. And to me, that's money I can afford to lose. Topstep's going to put that up for you. And we'll look forward to getting to the questions pretty quickly here. So going back to the 13th, I have a question from Cabbage. He has a question for a long time, is why don't any traders ever talk about trading the VIX and VXM futures? Seems like it's very limited downside, but huge upside potential, especially when the VIX is down here near below 50. Please comment on trading the VIX futures. Well, I'm going to put the charts up here just so we have something to look at here. Number one, we are trading CME group products only. The VIX is not a CME group product, so we don't trade that here. But I do comment on it every morning just because the VIX is viewed as kind of a fear factor in the markets. You know, with the way the VIX has been lately, I don't see that there's really great opportunity. It's been very low. It's been very range bound. It hasn't been moving around all that much. So as far as, you know, trading the VIX, I mean, that's something you can do on your own, but not something here at Topstep, because again, we're trading CME group product only. So looking forward to your success trading those, Cabbage. Edward is looking for, and he's new to trading, and we all start that way, Edward. He's looking for an easy strategy to begin with. Been dabbling with price action strategy and MACD, both of which I do not have clear direction for. Can anyone help me with a good resource, free or paid, or any strategy suggestions? Edward, strategy is something that is extremely personal. It takes time, if you're new to trading, you've kind of chosen a couple of tools with which to use to look for your opportunities. As much as I would like to, I would love to just hand you a strategy that I know is going to work. I would hand that strategy out to everybody, but the problem with that is, Edward, is everybody is going to trade that strategy just a little bit different. If I had a strategy that I could hand out to anybody, and I gave it to 100 people, the outcome for each person would be different, because you have your own decision-making processes, you have your own motivations, you have your own inner barriers, your inner fears. Even if you were told that this strategy was going to work over a long period of time, you would do it differently. So what I want you to kind of focus on, Edward, is get to know, if you've chosen those tools, get to know them really well, understand them backwards and forwards, and also understand that there's going to be times when you're going to find opportunities using those tools, and there are going to be times when you're not going to be finding opportunities with those tools. There is not a single indicator tool, anything that is going to work all the time. There's nothing that's never going to work either. It's all in our ability to take the trades based on a relatively solid hypothesis of the market, and then take the trades in the strategy that meets that hypothesis, right? So one thing that I would like to suggest, Edward, if you are here, is know the markets really well. And there's a million books. There's technical analysis. There's candlestick analysis. There's all different types of charts. There's all different types of tools to use. My suggestion is for you to get the book Mind Over Markets. So there's a lot of people that are used to hearing me mention that book, talk about that book. Here's my copy. I bought it right when it came out in like 1989, 1990. It's even signed by the author, Jim Dalton. Now, if you don't use market profile, if you don't look at volume profile, even if you're using a different tool, reading the first 100 pages of this book gave me a much better understanding of the animal that I am trying to wrangle, and that's the market. Because it goes through what a market really is. And a market is, it's an auction process. In other words, price is going to move higher until it's viewed as too expensive for buyers to continue to buy it. That should attract sellers. The upside auction is going to end, and a new downside auction is going to ensue until it's viewed as too cheap by the majority of the participants. They won't sell it down there anymore, and that should attract buyers. And you have this whole rotation going back and forth between upside auctions and downside auctions. When you're looking at a market, you know, there's ranges and there's trends. Okay. Now, last week's weekly kickoff high was a pretty important level for us last week. The market moved up there and moved quickly away from it. Look at this on the daily chart. Okay, so what do we see at the highs on these daily charts? We see long shadows. We see the market struggling to hold above those levels. We see some pretty decent shadows here as well. The market attempting to get to that level, but struggling to do so. So when we're looking at an area of balance, we're looking at pretty reasonable extremes. You know, we see this as a low. We see this as a high. The market looked below last week's lows, showing signs of rejection. We're going to be looking for this market to maintain range-bound activity. So we're going to be focusing really on the extremes in longer time frame, and then using our knowledge of range-bound trading to look for opportunities for longs as the market rotates from low to high to low to high. When you look further back, look at the excess on the daily chart here. Market was moving lower, and we have a long shadow down there. The market turned on that day and started moving higher. So we're always looking for excess. This is a long time frame auction to the downside. It's finally viewed as too cheap, where sellers wouldn't sell it anymore. Buyers quickly moved price in the opposite direction, and the market then continues to move higher. You can see this on many different time frames, and I'm sure that there's. I know we've got some folks here in the chat making suggestions for the tools that they're using. And that's great. You got to find your own. Some people like supply and demand. Well, here's Friday. We finally settled, right up here. Well, actually right here. All night, the market just kind of settled in that area. And when we looked lower, we rejected below last week's low, and the market has been moving upward ever since. Now, this is a 5-minute chart. How do we find opportunities in this? Look at where the market traded down to in the overnight. The market looked below it, and as soon as it takes out this high, you might be looking at this as a potential area of demand. A lot of folks focus on demand and supply. This would be a pretty reasonable demand level. It was rejected. Price came back to it, shows signs of rejection, and then the market continues to move higher. So, Edward, strategy is, again, market knowledge and self-knowledge. And if you can interface your market knowledge with your self-knowledge, you'll be in a better position with which to create your strategies. You can start very basic. Is it MACD? Is it above or below? Start looking at that as potential for opportunities, because most important thing that you can bring out of what we just talked about is risk. You have to become a good risk manager. You cannot lose big money and then make little money. So as a new trader, focus on this. You have to be able to take losses. You cannot personalize losses. You have to trade as close to points of invalidation according to the tools that you're using in order to limit risk on that. Most people are upside down in their wiring in their brain when they first come into trading. Nobody likes to take losses, so a lot of folks they'll default to, well, I'll wait. And that usually just creates bigger losses. You take a couple of those and you finally get a winner on, your impulse is probably going to be, well, I know it's only $50, but it's a win, and I'll feel good about it just because it's a win. So you create big losses and you cut winning trades. The opposite is what you want to develop into as a trader. You want to be able to cut losses. You want to let your winners run. It's not easy. We get that. But it's a muscle like anything else. And as you develop that muscle, you'll hopefully be able to maintain an account. First step is to real success is maintaining an account. If you can't maintain an account for a long time, then you've still got a lot of work to do. Not that maintaining an account is easy. But once you get to the point where you can maintain that account for a long time, even forever, you're buying time to get to know markets better, to get to know yourself better. That's really, where your first step in success, although there are many successes leading up to that level. But once you can maintain an account, you've put yourself in a position, again, to buy the time to get to know more and more and more and more about yourself, most importantly, as well as trading. So am I able to hand you a strategy? No. but you're on the right track. You've chosen a couple of tools. Get to know them. And one of the most important things I think, Edward, for you to do is look left. Look left. Look at how the market has responded previously to your levels, to the tools that you're using. It's one of the easiest ways to look back and say, well, this is what happened the last time this happened, and I'm seeing it now. Maybe this is an opportunity for history to repeat itself. And when we're looking at charts, that's all we're looking for. Is we're looking for history to repeat itself. And sometimes it does, and sometimes it doesn't. Manage the risk, and then move on to your next opportunity. All right, Edward, I hope that's going to help you. I've got Damien now. So he's struggling with hard stop losses, which I know I should use. So knowing the following might help. He says he thought Michael was using 15-point stop loss and 15-point stop profit target on the NASDAQ. That is what he says. That is what he usually does. His strategy, I can't really clarify that much on his strategy, although he does lean on me a lot to think about, is this good trade location? Is this not? There are a couple of things that I disagree with Mr. Patak about, and that is he's using a static stop level and a static profit level. All right. To me, stops should be placed based on points of invalidation. I had a long this morning that I got stopped out with a whole bunch of other traders. And I said that at the time. I said, I probably just got stopped out with a whole bunch of other traders. We took a long after that, and the number came out, so we got out. No big deal. So when we were looking for longs, we were in the right spot. We were in the right direction. We just didn't risk enough. Okay. So we didn't risk enough, so we paid the price. Okay. Now, the market did eventually continue this move to the upside. It took out the low of the opening range by a couple of ticks. Now, this is the NASDAQ. The NASDAQ never tested below the opening range, which is the first sign of a potential trend to the upside. The other day, Friday, the market took a little look above the opening range and then broke. But in the S&Ps, the opening range remained the high of the session. That's one of the first signs of a potential trend in that direction. So, that's one of the things that we were looking at this morning was, the fact that the opening range initially in the E-mini S&Ps was the low of the session. So we were looking for longs down here. We took a long, it took out the low of the opening range, which hit our stop. We took another long, but we got out of it because we had a number coming out. But we were right, but we didn't risk enough. So to me, stops are as dynamic as the market is. There are going to be times when you're going to need to risk more or risk less to have the trade play out in your favor. If we'd risked a little bit more, we may still be long. We didn't. We let the market take out the low of the opening range. I know there are going to be a bunch of stops there, but I didn't put my stop far enough away. Boo-hoo. Bully, they're bad for me, but it's okay. I know over time I'm going to be profitable. I'm just going to not worry about it, right? So, and being able to kind of brush off losses is going to help you in the long run, because it happens. It happens to everybody. It happens to professionals. It happens to new traders. It happens to everyone. So, as far as making a stop using auto break even or trailing stops, I'm not really a fan of moving stops to break even, because I think traders do it way too often, and the market can sometimes come right back to your entry level, retest that level, and then the trade's going to go ahead and play on without you if you bring your stop to break even too quickly. Trailing stops I've always been historically bad at, so I try not to do that. I try not to use them. I've got usually a pretty decent idea of where I think a trade is likely to go, and sometimes I'm right, sometimes I'm wrong. But when you have a trade on of this kind of magnitude, or a short off the high here, see, there's the opening range. If you were short here and you were still holding a short all the way all the way down here, well, you'd better protect some of that profit. You don't want to lose a trade of this magnitude, right? How did that happen? I'll figure that out later. Wow, that's kind of strange. I have not seen that before. Huh. Hang on. Well, I'm not going to worry about this right now. Control Z. There you go. Thank you. I always forget about that. There it is. All right. So, to me, stops have to be dynamic. Stops have to be where price is telling me that the trade is likely wrong. Today, I got caught with a whole bunch of other traders that were also holding stops at that level. Sometimes the market just does that. Sometimes these algos and these HFTs, they seek out levels where they believe a lot of short time frame traders are going to be holding their stops. I got caught in it today. It happens. Maybe I won't tomorrow. Okay. Damien, thanks for the questions, and I hope that helps. Avanesh, this is more of a question for a Forex trader. You can bid and offer for the same instrument, but you can't hold a long and a short in the same instrument in futures. It will just liquidate your position. I know you can do that in Forex. Never really understood the benefit of it, but I don't trade Forex, and probably that's why. All trades due in Topstep have to be closed by the end of the trading day, as a matter of fact, in Central Time by 3:09:59. 3:09:59. You'll be able to put those trades back on at 5 p.m. when the markets reopen. But yes, we do ask and require that you finish and close out all your trades before 3:10 p.m. Fred. So Fred is working on understanding the idea and the concept, I think, of cheap trades. So he mentions here that he saw. Now these are market profile charts, so it may be a little bit strange to some of you. So he saw a potential cheap trade on a failed auction to the upside here on this day. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to split this profile so that we can see. Now, in essence, what we're looking at is the range from 30-minute chart. So he mentions here that the range extension here in D period, which is the fourth 30-minute of the day, took out the high of the initial balance and then did not maintain price above that. He took the trade. So he took the trade for 25.75. So about right here. right at the high of the initial balance, which is the first hour of trade. He got stopped out. He got stopped out at 28 even, 45, 28 even. Well, where did the market go to in D period? It went up to 28.75. So while he was risking 2 points and 1 tick, had he risked a little bit more, he may have been able to stay in that trade. Was it worth it? I mean, was there a 2-to-1 trade to be had from it? Maybe, maybe not. The cheap trade actually didn't really come. This is somebody also asked this question, and I'm kind of stumbling here a little bit, but this is a mechanical short. Okay, this is a level that short time frame traders came back to and shorted several times. So they shorted it here, they got here. If they shorted it here, they only got down to here. If they shorted it here, they only made it down to here. They traded down here, they only made it down to here. We took out the stops above this mechanical area. And if this market does not push and continue to push higher, this is a great sale. So we know we've got a whole bunch of stops above this level. When the market popped up there, I think we were actually in coaching last Wednesday. We were in this meeting, and I said, watch what happens here. If we get a big continuation to the upside, it's because the mechanical shorts are too short. We did not get a big upside move. The market failed on that upside auction, and look what happened at the end of the day. Probably would have been a tough trade to take, but was it a cheap trade at the time? Yes. But Fred, what about waiting until the market kind of fails up here, comes back into range, and then using that previous high as your potential stop level above that previous high, the D period high? Let it go up there. Let it come off a little bit, then use that high as you're going to put a stop above that level, which would have limited your risk and put you in a better trade location for a potential move lower. All right, Fred. There's another one. Looking at the S&P on Wednesday, September the 13th, I see short-term inventory getting too long. How do we know we're in short-term inventory at that in that case? Okay, here's the 13th. We're in rollover. The open interest and volume is very blurry. How could we make that assumption? So here's the 13th. He's thinking the market is too long. Can short-term inventory correction be a tradable opportunity? We look at the overnight inventory as occasionally a tradable opportunity, if you will. Right, Fred? So the reason I would say you were maybe getting to be a little bit right is because we're sort of in the middle of the range, but I mean, I think you were on the right track here. We're sort of in the middle of this range. You also mentioned that, when the market rallies, it always seems to come back off those rallies for a few bars or at least on that day and that day. This was the test up to the weekly kickoff high, 44. 45.60. There was our test. Then we opened. Then we leave the opening range at the high of the day. So I think you were onto something here. And yes, there is opportunity present when inventory is adjusted, no matter who it is. Okay, no matter who is adjusting inventory. a longer time frame inventory adjustment, which we may have seen on our move up to 45.60 because we had delta divergence and I think we increased open interest. But now again, open interest is very difficult to read during rollover. We're not going to have to worry about that tomorrow. But I think you were pretty much onto something. The market really had to reach to get up there, and then then Friday we saw what happened. We had a full rotation to last week's low. Great questions, Fred, and I hope I'm answering them clearly. Let me go here. Magda, you probably have gotten yourself back into Discord at this point. Sorry, you may want to contact support or somebody to help you get into that. Gregory, so there's really good questions here from Gregory. I'm just going to leave the chart on here just so we can keep an eye on what's going on here. All right. How do I stop over trading? Well, one way is if you think you're over trading, you are. You want to make sure that you're aware of what you're thinking about your trading. Another way to stop over trading is to expand your time frame. If you're trading on a 1 minute or a 5 minute chart, it's very easy to overtrade because it seems like there's a whole lot of opportunities there. There's a lot of noise also. Okay, then you're looking for ways to identify proper supply and demand zones. Hang on one second. I'm going to turn on the fan here. How do I identify proper supply and demand zones on larger time frames? Well, this is a daily, right? How are we going to find supply and demand zones here on this chart? They're going to be really long time frame. This area right here, this little almost balance area here, you could view that as demand. You could view this area up here as supply, but you're going to be waiting a long time to try and get into trades in those areas. Okay. So, if we're going to take a look at the 30-minute chart, then you may be considering this a longer time frame, right? So here's the S&Ps. We looked below this area. We opened and drove back above it. This area, to me, would kind of represent supply. This may actually, demand. This may actually be representing as supply. It's put in the high. It's sort of a repair day. We didn't open in repair, but we moved price to go from this high volume node here to this high volume node here, or relatively close to it. So, the supply and demand zones, like everything, are somewhat subjective to the person who is looking at them, right? Now, I know that there's educators out there that use supply and demand for their entries and their exit, but you're probably going to be, again, looking at a shorter time frame trade to do so. Are there ways to identify liquidity hunting behavior from major players when it's long or short smart money? Well, I think what you're kind of talking about is are there ways to identify when longer time frame major players are executing in the marketplace? And there are, but they're usually kind of difficult to see, and they like to do it when the market isn't moving all that much, when the liquidity is there for them to do what they have to do. So here's a kind of an example of that. This is last Thursday, right? Now, this was Fred thinking maybe we're getting a little bit too long. We had a push to the upside. The delta was negative all day long. So what is delta? Delta is the number of contracts that trade on the offer. It's buy market orders minus the number of contracts that trade on the bid, which are sell market orders. So in a non-rollover world, if we saw delta divergence, in other words, price was moving higher against the more aggressive traders that are using market orders to hit bids, one would think that price would move in that direction. They're more aggressive. They are taking action. They are taking the bids out, right? Well, if those bids continue to be replenished, that's when we might begin to see that there's a longer time frame participant, perhaps, in the marketplace. So this would be a day where I would say I don't want to be short because we have delta divergence. In other words, the sellers were aggressive pretty much all day and price continued to move higher. That can be an indication of a longer term buyer, right? So the fact that we had an important inflection level, the weekly kickoff high, 45.60, it's actually right there, 45.60 in the area, in the neighborhood. That's something that I look for, especially in those areas, is longer time frame participation. Now, if in a non-rollover world, if there was a large increase in open interest, that would somewhat solidify my assumption that longer time frame traders adjusted inventories with new longs. If we lost open interest, that would be a short covering type of situation in longer time frame. Because it was rollover, we didn't have the benefit of that information. We're going to be looking at that a lot when we're not in rollover. In the equities, I'm looking at open interest and volume very closely. And if you're watching the opening call and fast market, you're going to hear a lot about what's going on with delta. When it's important, there's a lot of time when delta doesn't mean anything. It's just there and it doesn't really help much, okay? So when there's a divergence, I'm going to point it out. And what typically happens is if the longer time frame buyers are present all day and just placing bids, moving those bids up, placing bids, moving those bids up, by the end of the day, the short time frame day traders, pea shooters like me, are usually so short that we get a big move at the end of the day. And we almost did. Here's what we almost left as a late spike. We didn't have enough people stuck short in order for the late spike to really kind of get taken care of. Here's the 3 o'clock bar. So we just really centered around that weekly kickoff level. Market just seemed to have to get there, didn't it? So, sensing when the longer time frame major players are present in the market is, again, there's nothing finite about it. It's an assumption, it's a hypothesis, and the tools that we use sometimes are enough to point that out to us. So, Gregory, I'm hoping that you're going to be around for a while and coming to our sessions, because I'll be kind of pointing out when these things are likely. I think Thursday during fast market, we started to sense that we had a delta divergence. And if I remember right, around 9:30, 10 o'clock, I told Andre that I didn't want to sell it even with his money. And we just continued to grind higher throughout the entire session. And a lot of that, I think, was adjustment in longer time frame. So, what do we see today? Well, we've got positive delta all day long. The delta is congruent with direction, which is indicative of shorter time frame traders. Shorter time frame traders. We got a lot of traders probably doing a whole bunch of hedging and positioning for Wednesday which may actually end up being a bit of a non-event, but we'll have to wait and see there, right? Is there a way for us to set up a max trade amount per day to avoid over trading? No, unfortunately, you are not going to be able to set up your platform to stop you at a certain amount of trading. One thing is stop yourself. Maybe you just need to walk away. Maybe you need a designed distraction. Maybe you can just take the batteries out of your mouse. Maybe just walk away. There was a trading psychologist we worked with a while back, Dr. Andrew Menaker, very, very good psychologist and psychiatrist. He's a doctor. I mean, he's Dr. Andrew Menaker. He's a very smart man, and he's also an active trader. And when he was waiting for alignment with a trade that he was looking for, or in a trade that hadn't reached its profit target yet, whatever it was, he was experiencing the same thing we all do. I mean, we all have periods of time where maybe it's just we're bored and we just want to do something, but you don't want to do that. He bought a guitar and he started teaching himself how to play the guitar on YouTube while he was waiting for alignment or done for the day, just trying to keep his hands busy so he doesn't do anything. How do you regain confidence after a slump? Well, being the victim of many a slump, you can't attach who you are with what happens to you in the markets. If you're having a series of losses, I mean, it does happen. You want to, number one, walk away for a little while, take a little bit of time off. Sometimes we get a little bit too close for our own good as far as these markets are concerned. And sometimes that'll be enough. Sometimes just walking away, looking at the market through fresh eyes can be some of the biggest help in kind of ending a slump. Okay. Confidence is, always something that I'm working on. I mean, I mentioned I've worked with a lot of trading psychologists, and personal confidence, not even just trading confidence, has been something that I have really had to kind of focus on and do considerable work around. There's confidence, regaining confidence after a slump. There's also becoming overconfident after a winning streak. That was one of the things that I found that I was really having a hard time with, because I'd, have a 2-week long win streak and I'd start to think that I'm God's gift to trading. And I'd start to get nervous that, I'm not going to be able to keep this streak alive. It's going to break one day. And I've seen really horrible days on days after, after a big win streak. Those have been some of my worst days. So I decided when I started to get nervous about win streaks that I would break the streak myself. I would take a day off. You had a good run. You're getting nervous about keeping it going. When you start getting nervous about keeping a win streak alive, you can basically kill 2 weeks of work in one day. So you just don't do it. You can't do it. Take the day off. Streak broken. Start today from zero. And that's a good thing to kind of think of too, is, every day you have the opportunity for profit. Every day you should start from zero. And if you start from zero, you'll probably carry less of that garbage around that we do tend to carry around as traders, of course. So transitioning from options to futures, to me, options were always a lot more complicated. And I know a lot of folks think the other way, that futures is more complicated than options. But you're not going to have any time decay that's going to eat away any profits or any potential profits you have. You just have to be, options also have an expiration. Futures have an expiration. Know when that is. Know when is the that you want to trade the highest liquidity, the highest volume contract. There's no, the delta in options is very different than the delta we were just talking about in futures. To me, it's pretty straightforward futures. I mean, like options, you're trading with somebody, and it's a zero-sum game. For every dollar made, there's a dollar lost, and that's one of the similarities. Differences, I think the biggest difference is the time decay. That you're trading, against certain strike prices. Is it in the money? Is it out of the money? All of that stuff just complicates things, and I think futures is, to me, a lot more simple. So Michael has a bunch of questions here, and I know that we've all been in this seat. So Michael, sometimes I get overly biased in market direction. I fight the market and it doesn't end well. This used to be common occurrence. Now maybe it occurs once every couple of weeks. Like if you were fighting that downside move in the equities on Friday, like you shouldn't. That's something that traders do. The market opens, it leaves the opening range at the high of the session. It just drives lower all day long for the most part. And a lot of traders, because they don't want to sell it cheap, they think that, well, I just have to wait for an opportunity to buy it. So you buy it and you buy it and you buy it and you get run over. And that's really not the thing that you want to be doing. So this was on Thursday, this day here. He had a bias to the upside. He had been trading well, placing enough trades to hit $500 on the day and walking away. On this day, he lost it. He was expecting the long off the 9:30 Eastern open in the NASDAQ and fought it because he thought he was right. So if you remember, here's the NASDAQ. Here, let me grab this. So here's the NASDAQ. This is the profile, ladies and gentlemen. So this is the day here. So I'm going to split this. So the opening range ended up being the dead high of the day at first. That's a warning sign, Michael. If your bias is to the upside, you're going to want to look for a reasonable opportunity to look for a long. And it's, you don't want to do it on the open because, again, the opening range is the high of the session. You're going to look for a short time frame level with which to lean against to limit your risk, So the first warning that you might have seen, Michael, was that the fact that the opening range was the high of the session. That's a warning shot right there. I'm not looking for any buys until I get some sort of structure with which to lean on. A period, B period. Well, we finally found our structure. We got these lows here. We've got value low here, value low here, these lows here. There's a lot of visuals here that the market kind of seeked out. Once the B period low was in, if you were to look for a long against that B period low, and again, it didn't stay there very long. It was probably a pretty tough trade to take, but you finally got good trade location, and you see what the market did by the end of the day. So set yourself some kind of basic rules. I mean, the market opened, overlapping the higher the previous day in the open. There's a chance that the market's going to come back down and take a look, and then especially with the opening range at the high of the session here. So anytime that the market opens in range and in value, I'm going to try and stay really patient. You know, here's a day that opened in range and in value. The best trade location of the day didn't happen on the open. It happened in the first hour of trade. Best trade location was up here. Here's another kind of, oh, well, this is, I think the overnight. Yeah, this is opening range, the low of the session, leaving value. There's your best trade location of the day, because the market actually extended below the initial balance by the end of the day. You know, this is very easy to do looking in hindsight, right? These are probably very difficult trades to take, and think about that. Some of these trades that I've, you know, some of my best trades are the ones that scared me the most. So, issues: getting stuck in a bias and not accepting I'm wrong. I don't typically move stops or over leverage, but that day, under pressure of multiple significant losses, he had a problem with the reasonable losses. Now, he reset that day, and by the end of the day, he had a really nice day. He was up $4,500 by the end of the day, in one day. The only reason he took that off is because he didn't want to go over the 50% consistency rule. Good income, good outcome, bad behavior. So you know it. What are you going to do about it? He also says he's not having a dollar amount to walk away, or at least pause before he hits max cutoff. He's had several occasions where he's hit minus 1,000, followed up by being patient, fixing it the same day, and adding 500. Whatever it is. Maybe it's a half-hour pause, dollar amount. You already know what to do here, Michael. You've got the answers. Now it's just a matter of doing it. Okay. And none of this is easy to do either, Mike. We say, well, you should just walk away. Well, we know how difficult that is. But walking away once, and you've said it here, you've done it. You've taken a break, you've come back and been able to cognitively make good choices and get some of the money back. He is also talking about ICT trading standpoint. I'm going to begin letting the first 20 to 30 minutes play out and focus on the 4-hour candle. The general direction is usually established at that point. I'm only looking for 28 NASDAQ points. So hopping into a move for a meaty middle is perfectly acceptable. So you've answered most of your questions in your email here, Michael. You can do this. It's a combination of will and a combination of developing the muscle memory when you do things right, how the outcome comes. Roberto, you get a question, you can't work NASDAQ. That would be a question for our support team. You might want to check that out. All right, this is Fred's question from Thursday, September 14th. He's looking at what would you do at weekly kickoff high? And with the delta divergence, I wasn't thinking about necessarily shorting it, certainly not early in the session, but by the time we got to that weekly kickoff high, it was too late to do anything. It was the failure of the weekly kickoff high in the overnight the night before, and the fact that the opening range was the high of the session on Friday that brought us our opportunity. But these weekly kickoff levels, if we reach them early, I find that they can be really, decent opportunities. But again, it's got to be relatively early in the session. When it reaches it at the end of the session, it's more of a target than an entry point, but look out the next day. All right. I got one more question here that I got. Joe, I was following you through the Topstep. You mentioned sometimes you look for high volume nodes to place a trade, and sometimes you use low volume nodes. Okay. So this is a good example because there's not a lot of time here. The opening range was the high of the day on on Friday. If we miss the opening range, where were good trade locations to try and get into a continuation to the downside? I'll use low volume nodes basically as support or resistance. In this case, they would be resistance. So if the market comes up near this is an opportunity for me to limit risk by trading on the lower side of the low volume node, kind of on the upper shoulder of the high volume node. And then my stop can be relatively reasonably placed. So I'm not kind of all kinds of grief, if you will. So let's take a look. All right. So this is the first half hour volume profile. Not a lot of volume occurred here. If I'm going to take this short, I'm going to take it right about here on the volume shoulder that goes from the high volume node to the low volume node. My stop is really going to be kind of on the other side of the high volume node above that. So we're looking at 32 to 4 points of risk. 4 points of risk. What about on the next bar? Okay, maybe we had an opportunity for us to use this as resistance on this bar. So we use this as resistance. Again, our stop is going to be above the high volume node if you can stand it. And then we got another opportunity to go short there. What about this one? Well, we spent a lot of time here, but there were single TPOs here. So if the market comes and takes out those single TPOs, then maybe that may be telling us that something has changed, and we are, maybe not looking for a short here anymore. But the market never did. It never closed out those single TPOs. See, this is volume. This is market profile. So there's your single TPOs. The market ranged here, extended, another area of balance. What do we do today? Basically repair. Okay. All right. So what do I mean by mechanical level? Anything that is exact. We talked about this, Joe. Anything that's exact is mechanical. In other words, short time frame traders have been paid here before. They're going to take it again. They're going to take it again. Finally, they get their stops taken out. They stop taking the short, and that's when it would have paid the most. Anything mechanical, anything exact. This is a mechanical high. It's an unfinished upside auction. Finished upside auction. Kind of a weak low here. Okay. All right. So I got to get moving here. I just want to say thank you, everybody, for joining. This is my dad. He was a floor trader at the Board of Trade for 40 years. One of his tasks there was he was a hedge manager for Ralston Purino, who basically created check serials. And every year they used to have a kind of a press invitation to bring the press onto the floor so that the press could see what they do there and understand that they don't fix prices. But he was a very smart man, very good trader, and he always used to tell me these wisdoms. And here's one for you today. Get out when you can, not when you have to. Get out when you can, not when you have to. Trade well, everybody. Looking forward to seeing everybody back here on Wednesday. We've got another coach doing the group coaching tomorrow. Looking forward to seeing what they've got to say. Blessings to you all, and we'll see you later.